Good afternoon, everyone. Any change to the closed agenda, Rob? We just have that one item?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any people on the public side of things? No. So let's go to closed session, come back here at 6:30.
Good. Councilmember Medina Dirksen. Councilmember Burnett.
Here.
Councilmember Berkeley. Mayor Pro Tem Biala. Here. Mayor Delgado.
All right. Thank you, Anita.
You may now
Motion
go.
passes unanimously with the three of us here. All right, we'll go to closed session then. that.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, Tanya.
Good evening. Nice to be here.
You don't look like you're in your gardening clothes tonight.
No, this is my official gear.
All right, so this resumes our open session for City Council Marina, Tuesday, June 7th. We just came out of closed session, and our first step is always at this point to ask the city attorney to give up a summary of what we did in closed session. Please, Rob. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The council went into open session and then went into closed session at 5 o'clock and came out of that session at 6:09. The matter that was taken up was a single item that's on the agenda of a performance evaluation of an unrepresented public employee, namely the city manager. The council discussed that matter at length, and as I say, came out of the closed session at 6:09. And there was substantial discussion, but no reportable action was taken. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Rob. Would anyone like to volunteer to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence? All right, Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen, thank you. Let's have a moment of silence and then Christina will lead us in the pledge. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and all rise for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Christina. And we could hear the flag waving in the wind where you were. All right, so we have a couple of great presentations. The first on civil disobedience. And Lane, do you know who will be leading us through this?
We don't have anyone assigned, so if you just want to read that, Mayor.
I would love to read it if that's
Go ahead, Councilmember Berkeley.
Thank you. I just had it in my hands and now here we go. Okay. Proclamation establishing June 17th of 2022 and of each year thereafter as Civil Disobedience Day in Marina, California. Whereas the First Amendment under the United States Constitution allows for the exercise of peaceful protest by groups and individuals promoting peace and justice to peacefully assemble, exercise freedom of speech, and petition the government for redress of grievances are rights of all people in the United States of America. And whereas throughout the United States, people are outraged by racism toward people of color and the resulting violent criminal acts on those who assemble to protest racism, and whereas all well-meaning persons abhor the disruption of peaceful protest by violence of any type, including but not limited to physical harm, arson, and looting, and whereas the citizens of the United States of America will continue to exercise their rights of civil disobedience with promote justice, decency, and respect toward all peoples, and whereas it is only by continuing to listen to the concerns of community members, leaders, and activists that can we move forward and better address the feelings of frustration and the pervasive systemic inequity that has led to the persistence of racism and racial injustice in the United States. And whereas it is of vital importance to the city of Marina as well as to our nation that the essential right to engage in civil disobedience and to petition for the redress of grievances be recognized on June 17th, 2022, and on the same day of every year hereafter as a human right which should be guaranteed to all people. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Lisa Berkeley, on behalf of Mayor Bruce Delgado and the City Council and the City of Marina, hereby proclaim June 17th of 2022 and that same date of each year hereafter of Civil Disobedience Day to reaffirm the right of each and every person in the United States to assemble and, in a civil manner, protest all acts and behavior of a violent nature toward all persons, regardless of color, and call upon all citizens to exercise their constitutional right to assemble, oppose, and condemn violence from any persons, governmental entity, or persons of authority, dated this 21st day of June, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Our next presentation regards Blue Zone, and Tanya Roos is the Blue Zone's Project Monterey County Director for the Monterey Peninsula area, including Marina. And she's been quite the dynamo since Blue Zones got started here. And I want to thank you as you get started, Tanya, for all you've done in Marina regarding your Blue Zone team's efforts. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, city council members, city staff, community members. It's great to be here this evening. Happy summer. It's the first day of summer. So hope you all get a chance to enjoy this gorgeous weather. I'm grateful to have an opportunity to present to you all just an update on the Blue Zones project work that we've conducted. We kind of divide our work into project years. And so our first project year ran June 2021 to May 2022. So I have a short deck that I wanted to walk through with you all to share the multi-sector work that Blue Zones project seeks to bring kind of for and with community. And then hopefully there'll be an opportunity for you all to answer some questions at the end here. So I am going to endeavor to share my screen here. And I think this is what I want. And how does that look on your end?
Looks great.
All righty, perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and step through this deck here just to share a bit more. And first off, wanted to just thank the council. You all passed a resolution of support for Blue Zones project in the fall, kind of at the beginning of our work. And so hopefully what I'll report to you today makes you proud, and I feel like we're just getting started with the work as well. So a brief reminder about the work of Blue Zones project. So we're based on the research of National Geographic explorer Dan Buettner, who discovered the 5 original blue zones on the planet. So these are the places in the world with the highest concentration of centenarians, or folks who live to 100 or more. The next natural question was, are there common characteristics that exist across all of these, 5 seemingly disparate geographies? And the answer is yes. So those are our Power 9 principles. And these are kind of the keys or the secrets to longevity, which essentially our project endeavors to essentially reverse engineer or bring to community. So you can see it's around moving naturally, having the right outlook with a big focus on mental health and well-being, thinking about our diet through eating wisely, and forging strong community connections and networks. Not a lot of rocket science, but things that sometimes fall by the wayside when we're in our busy lives. And so these are what we're really trying to reintegrate back into community. Blue Zones project as a whole is a national movement for well-being. So we're now working in 13 different states, in more than 70 communities. 4 million lives have been impacted. There's been some significant impact and growth across California. And our newest community that's coming online is in North Dakota. So we're continuing to grow rapidly. The project came to Monterey County in 2018 originally in Salinas, and then phase 2 expansion brought us out to the Peninsula cities, so Seaside, Marina, Monterey, along with a countywide expansion. And then phase 3 we're just completing now, and we'll have a small team that works down in King City and Gonzales. This is, of course, thanks to our local sponsors, Salinas Valley Memorial Healthcare System, Taylor Farms, and Montage. Without their enduring commitment and vision to community health and well-being, none of our work would be possible. And everything is free and available to the community thanks to their investment. So the project works across our 3-legged stool: people, places, and policy. And we endeavor to basically work within a life radius to make healthy choices just the default in the places where people live, work, pray, play, go to school, all that good stuff. So I'm going to give you a brief update here in what we were able to accomplish in project year one. So about 2,300 some odd folks were engaged in Peninsula cities in our first year. About 563 of them were residents of Marina, so that was 24% of the total population. We were able to launch, I believe it was actually more than 4, but walking MOI, so these are walking groups. We had some early adoption and champions. Elizabeth and her group of Monterey Bay Moves got out walking early on. Anne Vallone is also an incredible MOI leader and resident of Marina. She actually just celebrated a group that has been walking together for 50 weeks, which is pretty amazing. We've hosted purpose workshops at the Montage Wellness Center, and we've collaborated on 5 volunteer events at the Oak Woodland Community Garden, as well as some other, I can't remember, Mayor Delgado, that one cleanup that we did, but yeah, there've been a good handful that we've collaborated on, and it's been terrific to get residents involved and out giving back to their community. Okay, oops, I might have skipped a slide, did I? Sorry, yeah, I skipped one slide. All right, schools is the next sector that we work within. So Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, similar to you all, passed a resolution of support for Blue Zones project. We were able to successfully launch 2 walking school buses this year in collaboration with TAMC, Ecology Action, and the Monterey County Health Department. That was at Marina Vista and J.C. Crumpton Elementary. So that was really great to be out there with the kids walking. You can see a photo there of the Octonauts, which were great celebrities, and the kids were thrilled to walk to school with them. Ione Olson was our first Blue Zones Project approved school. So Principal Coleman, Drew Coleman there, was a great champion bringing this to his students and faculty there. And we're currently working with Marina Vista as well as J.C. Crumpton towards approval. A little hiatus while everybody's on summer break, but we're looking forward to in the fall bringing that work back up again. From the worksites perspective, of being out there, gosh, was that last week, doing a story speech for you all to share a bit more about Blue Zones Project. And we're just starting to work with Joby, which will be another great work site to engage. In terms of community organizations, Monterey Bay Moves is an approved org, and we're also working with Citizens for a Sustainable Marina and the Soil Cycle Monterey Bay. We also supported the Marina Recovery Run out there, so just finding all sorts of ways to engage with the local community in Marina. In terms of the food environment, has become a Blue Zones approved restaurant. If you have not been there yet, make sure you go and support her. Ask for the Blue Zones menu. She's got all sorts of delicious plant-based menu items. And we're starting to reach out to additional restaurants in Marina. So if you all have suggestions or thoughts, I'm all ears. We're also in the process of continuing to develop our grocery and corner store strategy. So again, just trying to make healthy choices more accessible and easier for the public through modifications of grocery stores and corner stores. So again, if there's suggestions, we have our ears are open. The third leg of the work is in policy. So here's just a brief update of some of the policy work. As you see, there's kind of 4 major categories that we work within. One is a marquee project. So this is a significant infrastructure change that will really help community members embody and live the Blue Zones lifestyle, if you will. We work with policies, plans, and sustainable programs, capacity building, and then we're also looking to advocate for a county policy planner program. And so thus far, we've identified that the project that's happening with the community garden at the Oak Woodland in Loch Padden is a great food marquee project. And I've been in conversation with Mr. Mayor and his team of enthusiastic. We've established the Monterey County Food Policy Council and with representation from all across the county. And we're in the process of building a community garden network. as well. So that's sharing of resources, skills, all sorts of things across our community gardens. Lastly, a piece that we advocated for countywide is the SB 1383, the edible food recovery. There's a technical advisory committee that's working on this with, again, representation across all of Monterey County. And so we've been sitting as part of that group, supporting the edible food recovery piece of things, particularly in helping them think about and develop an app that can support harvesting basically some of the food that's still edible and getting it into the hands of folks that are food insecure across the county. In the built environment, you'll see the same thing. So the marquee project, policies, plans, capacity building, and county advocacy. And so the marquee project that has been identified by staff, as well as the mayor, was looking at really supporting some increased connection between the Lock Padden Park and the revitalized downtown. So that's a piece that we're in process and in conversation around. I know certainly you all have been working on your downtown revitalization plan as well. And so any sort of ways Blue Zones can be a value add and continue to support that work, we are here for it. And then the MST SURF, the bus rapid transit, the community engagement process is another piece that we're sitting in those regular stakeholder meetings and interested in supporting the city and the community in that work as well. Lastly, with tobacco, same sort of thing. We don't have a marquee project with tobacco, but we're working on policies and there's been some tremendous work put in with working on the TRL and vaping and flavored tobacco. So I'm looking forward to that, making it onto your all's agenda in the near future and hearing the robust conversation. The city of Seaside and Monterey have also been considering this. I think Monterey actually just had a meeting this evening with their first reading. So great to see all this positive movement in the region around tobacco. Sun Street Centers is also a group that we collaborate quite a bit with, and hopefully we'll be planning more litter cleanups and tobacco cleanups across the county in the coming year. And I believe in the next year or so, it'll be on the supervisor's agenda looking at smoke-free multi-unit housing. So that'll be another piece that Blue Zones Project will be seeking to support. So that's my quick run through. Just big thank you to you all for your continued support. Ideas, inspiration, opportunities for collaboration, places where support is needed, please don't hesitate to reach out. That's what we are here for. Our project year 2 started in June and it will run through May. So we are off and running and look forward to connecting and seeing many of you out and about in community. And it's all about living longer, better together. So I'll stop sharing and just see if there's any questions out there.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Questions for Tanya from council? Okay, Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. I have to apologize. I'm outside just because Wi-Fi is spotty where I'm at. So let me know if there's a problem with hearing me. Thank you very much. I'm so glad you're in our town. My question for you is on the traffic front. I've heard of some very close calls and opportunities to walk to school. Did I hear that you're working with TAMSI? What role do you play in helping us have safer streets, whether it's advocating for stop signs, or are you playing any active role in helping us identify safer routes, or what role do you play in helping us pass or present better policies, or any sort of letting us know how we can do it better?
Absolutely, yeah. That would very much fall in kind of our wheelhouse, so to speak. I mean, there's opportunities for walking audits. I think we would rely on you all perhaps initially to kind of point out where there might be some opportunities for improvement. But certainly I know, there was a Safe Routes to School plan that TAMC drafted some years ago, that, might be worth pulling back out again and seeing what some of those recommendations may be. I know there's there's certainly an annual grant cycle that comes through TAMC to help support the, on the ground implementation of some of those things. So that would be absolutely a conversation, to be had, and would love to get out and really see some of the issues and help see what sort of resources we can bring to bear.
I look forward to following up with you on that issue because we've had some, I know should stop with my comment, but I can see some ways where we can work closer together, especially with our PTAs.
Great.
Comments are fine at this point, Christina, if you have them. All right. Tanya, what is the budget countywide for Blue Zones project per year?
Mayor, I don't have eyes on that, honestly. I mean, to give a sense, we have, I believe it's now 18 staff members, 2 of which are employees of Salinas Valley Memorial Healthcare System. So 16 full-time staff that are, on the ground working, in addition to rolling out programming, across our great county of, 460,000 plus folks. So it is, it is a sizable investment made by our sponsors, but I don't have particulars on it.
16 staff gets to what I was kind of trying to understand, the breadth of your organization. Can you give a brief note on any progress toward urban agriculture, getting more food trees in cities and getting policies in place to be able to do that countywide, city, and in different cities?
Yeah, that's one of the pieces that we're working towards as we not only build the Monterey County Food Policy Council. That's certainly a strategy that has been identified, is really empowering individuals, whether it's in backyards or community gardens, to grow their own food and their own food sovereignty, especially with, over half of the folks in Monterey County reporting that food insecurity or access to healthy food is a significant issue. There's also a partnership that Blue Zones Project is forming with the Resource Conservation District. And there's been a couple of grants that have been already written and one potentially in the works. It's the USDA Urban Agriculture Grant to support more of this implementation across the county. I mean, obviously every jurisdiction in the county is quite different, in terms of needs and appetite, if you will, for urban ag. But that's something we're really looking to support the growth of and really build a strong foundation for it from policy, all the way up to kind of implementation and skill building.
Great, thank you, Tanya. Okay, let's turn it over to the public who might have some questions or comments, starting with Denise Turley. Go ahead, Denise.
Hi, thanks. The only thing I didn't see on your presentation was how do we contact you? Because I do have a couple of questions that I won't go into at this time that are pretty specific within different areas. So how do we get a hold of you? Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. And before we answer that, let's make sure might be some other questions. Would anyone else like to speak? Just raise your hand. We'll give you a couple moments to do that. All right, let's go to Tommy Bollea. Go ahead, Tommy. Any comments regarding Blue Zones?
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hello.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, staff, City Council. Yeah, I mean, over the years, I've been driving a lot just to find good food or organic food. I mean, I like to shop local. I mean, I did. I went to Walmart and I bought all organic food, and that's helping me stay local. or I think Walmart's really stepping it up. I mean, they're doing a lot to that store, and I'm trying to stay local, but unfortunately, we get on that road and we leave Marina to go find good ingredients or good food or organic. And I'm trying to stay local, and I'm trying to be part of this, but I'm leaving because a lot of times we don't find the food that we want, so we're going to another town, and I don't want to do that. I've already gone through 2 Hondas, and I'm sorry, 3 Hondas, and I'm almost done with 1 Nissan. The cars just don't last. I take care of them, but cars don't last anymore. It's just not, it's not viable anymore. Plus the roads, they're not getting any better. I want to stay local. I want to spend my money local, but at the way it looks like, I just want to know. I know you mentioned about a new grocery store in Marina, and that's great. You don't want to mention the name. I don't know why, but I just want that name released so I can start budgeting my money. Is it going to go to more gas, or is it going to go to food that I can spend locally? That's all I need to know. If you don't want to disclose it, then I'm just going to have to budget my money for gas. I've always had fuel efficient cars. Before this gas thing, I've always had Hondas. They're fuel efficient, and that's just the way it's going to be. And maybe the next car will be all electric, but not at $100,000. It just won't. It won't add up. So I'm trying to stay local, but if you guys can help me and I can be part of this equation, it'll be great. And if you're doing your project and that project grows, the blue project or whatever you're calling it, so be it. I want to be part of that. I mean, I want good food, fresh food. If there's restaurants that are getting in on it, and I heard there was, then I'll be searching those out. But I want to stay local as much as I can. I don't know how to work on cars. They're getting expensive to fix. In the long run, it does not make any sense to drive farther to get something that you want. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to buy another car, it looks like. And it's just going to continue. And I don't want to do that. I'm tired. I have to work around the traffic or work around work, get up early on Saturday to beat the traffic, to go get good food, good ingredients. Yeah, the pandemic has sort of changed everything for us. It's woken me up. I now see the light. Somehow I see it. And I ride my bike. I try to do everything I can without motors. Motors are everywhere, but I don't know. I just don't like that. Well, I can't mention it now because I'm running out of time, but whatever you're doing, keep doing, and I will be feeding off it as much as I can. You guys have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. So we'll go ahead and close public comment. And the one question you had relevant to Blue Zone, Tanya, was how do people like Denise contact you?
Yes, sorry for I was remiss in including that in the presentation. I don't see that there's a chat opportunity here, so I can give you my email address. I can just say it out loud. It's Tanya, so that's TANJA .roos, ROOS at sharecare.com. Sharecare.com. TANJA.ROOS. And I'll look forward to hearing from you all.
Thanks
Thank you
again,
so much
Tanya.
for having me.
It was great having you with us, and you did a great job on the presentation to tell us what's up with the Blue Zones project, Monterey County. Thank you. All right, so now we go to announcements, and we're going to start with our city manager, who channels Terry Segrist's energy and has maybe some other announcements as well. Go ahead, Lane.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, if you can pull up the flyers for our recreation. We are coming up on July 4th, and so we will have our pre-July 4th celebration at our Marina Teen and Youth Center on July 1st. That will be from 11:30 to 2 p.m. And again, that is prior to July 4th. And then on July 4th, if you want a great fun time, come down to the grocery outlet parking lot from 7 to 9:30, and there will be a fun celebration, lots of music, barbecue, fireworks. So instead of setting off illegal fireworks, come down to the grocery outlet and have a fun time with everyone down there. And those
Wayne,
are,
will that include like hot dogs and chips
yes,
and food and snacks? Okay.
yeah, definitely will include barbecue, which probably will be hot dogs too.
All right.
So then just a couple other things we want to highlight. Last week, the city issued a certificate of participation. Essentially, it's a bond. This was for our 2022 transportation infrastructure here in the city. And that was essentially a $11.5 million bond that we will pledge our Measure X money. So this is not an additional tax or anything on the citizens. It's leveraging additional monies that we have from Measure X, and we're getting a lump sum of cash up front that we're moving forward with a massive reconstruction of failing roads and getting all our roads up to the condition we want. And that process will happen over the next couple of years. We have a consultant on board to manage that whole process. And as they get on board, they'll be doing a lot of public outreach. We'll have a separate website set up that will tell exactly what's going on, which streets, who to contact. And so we're very excited for that. And this bond measure is the mechanism that is allowing us to move forward with that. So we're very happy to announce that. It was a good measure for us. Also on August 2nd on our calendars, that is listed as a city council meeting. And so that is also safety night out. And so we will be canceling our city council meeting that night so the council and the public can spend the evening enjoying our safety night out. And that will be on August 2nd. And so we'll work with the council on potentially rescheduling that council meeting another night as we get a better sense for workload. We'll coordinate that. But for everyone's calendars, that will be safety night out. We'll not be having a regular council meeting. We have also, the city has hired an independent public opinion research firm. They will be sending out surveys on a random sample basis to our citizens, and they are doing that to get feedback on key issues and identify priorities of the city and the community moving forward. And so that will be happening over the next few days, I believe. And so it's random sample. We don't know who will get that, but if you get contacted, please complete that survey and work with the public opinion research firm to do that. That is critical information that the council will need as we assess priorities and issues of the city moving forward. We also want to introduce Allison Hunter. She is one of our new employees, and I'll have Guido introduce her, and she'll also talk a little bit about herself. And then after that, Doug McCown, our fire chief, has some announcements regarding July 4th and what we should and shouldn't be doing with fireworks and illegal fireworks and what we need to be doing to be safe. So Guido.
Thank you, Wayne. Yeah, we just want to welcome Allison to Marina. She's already contributed quite a bit to the community development department. The RFP for the general plan is going to be released soon. She's going to be helping with the general plan update and Cypress Knolls and also Marina Station. So yeah, we're really excited to have her. She has quite a bit of experience, well over 20 years, and we stole her away from Pacific Grove. and we're really fortunate to have her and just wanted to introduce her. So Allison, if you wanted to.
Sure. Thanks, Guido. Hi, everyone. I'm Alison Hunters, your new senior planner. I'm very excited to be here. Just a little bit of my background. Like Guido said, I was most recently with the city of Pacific Grove nearby. I was with Pacific Grove for about 4 years. And before that, I lived up in Humboldt County, very far northern California, for 30 years and went to school at Humboldt State University. It's now Cal Poly Humboldt, very exciting. While up there, I worked for the City of Arcata Planning Department for about 5.5 years. I worked for Caltrans District 1 in Eureka District Office doing transportation planning. And before that, I worked for the County of Humboldt Planning for 11 years. So I'm pushing almost 25 years of California coastal land use, environmental, a little bit of transportation planning experience. These big projects that Guido mentioned and many others are like a planner dream. Super exciting to work on big projects. I'm really looking forward to it. And just a little bit about me, things I like to do. I like to read and do yoga and hike with my partner and my dog Fergus. We live in Pacific Grove and just feel very fortunate to be here. So looking forward to working with you all.
Great, Allison. Thank you, Guido, for the introduction. Allison, great to hear your self introduction. Welcome aboard. We're really fortunate to have you.
Thanks.
All right. Lane, do you have any more input, Lane?
Just Chief McCowan is going to talk about our favorite fireworks this time of year.
All right. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. I'd like to take a few moments. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and put up a, let's see here, which will be, I'll leave this up while I'm talking. Starting June 28th, the fireworks stands that folks have probably noticed around the city will start selling Safe and Sane fireworks. So I want to talk a moment the difference between safe and sane and illegal fireworks. So Safe and Sane fireworks are what's being sold in the city. They have a state fire marshal's seal on it. And those are the only fireworks that are legal for use within the city of Marina and actually in California. All other fireworks are listed as dangerous. So dangerous fireworks are very easy to pick out. Dangerous fireworks are those that explode. They rise to the air and they will shoot across the ground. So if somebody observes illegal fireworks being used and there's no injuries, we're asking them to call the non-emergency number. And it's up on your screen there. And it's area code 831-384-7575. That non-emergency number goes into the dispatch center. And you can talk to a dispatcher who will send out the appropriate response for a non-emergency call. If it is an emergency, if you see fire, if somebody's hurt, you see smoke that indicates a fire, please just call 911 and get the proper response. On the 4th of July, the fire department and the police department will have extra folks staffed, and we'll be out and about, and we're going to be looking for illegal fireworks, and we're going to be looking for any fires. The conditions out there right now are dry. We're having a lot of fires. In fact, just within the last week of the city, we've had 3 to 4 fires. None of them are fireworks related, but that's just how volatile and dry things are out there. All across the state, we're having numerous fires. So we're taking this very seriously. We have some very significant fines. The first offense is $333.92. The second offense, which is $533, and the third is over $1,100. And that can happen in one evening if they don't get the message the first time. So I just want to make people aware. So starting June 28th, they can start purchasing safe and sane fireworks. And I can take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief. Let's go first with council member questions, and then we'll open up to public for questions. Lisa, I know your hand's been up for a different reason, but do you have a question?
Well, it is connected actually also to this, not so much a question, but also a reminder when you're using fireworks that you can really trigger people who are have been in a war zone or who have a history of trauma, and you can really trigger PTSD on people. So it's really better off to not be using them unless they are the safe and sane ones silent?
They're not silent, but they're not loud. They're not the type of those big booms and those loud noises that you hear from those illegal fireworks. Those are the illegal fireworks. And like I said, in the health and safety code, they're considered dangerous.
Okay, yeah. So we really want to be sensitive to people with PTSD, and if you're going to be playing with fireworks, maybe let your neighbors know in advance so that they don't think there's a crisis next door. And the other thing, of course, is our beloved pets. Please keep them tied up on a leash, or better yet, in your house with the doors and windows closed, because they get freaked out and escape and then get disoriented. So please, just if you're going to use fireworks.
Yes, I'd highly recommend folks bringing their pets and animals inside in safety, because they do get, with the illegal fireworks, they do get spooked.
Yeah. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Denise Turley from the public side. Anyone else wanting to speak, please raise your hand. Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, thanks. So just a reminder to everybody that there are certain areas in the city that maybe their rental contract, homeowners association, whatever, that actually using fireworks is a violation of their lease. So they risk the threat of eviction over using fireworks. Second of all, I wish you would designate, Chief, wish you would say, where exactly are they supposed to do these fireworks? Are they supposed to do them on their front lawn, in the driveway, out in the street, in a weeded field? Where are they supposed, if they have these fireworks, where are they supposed to set them off? Number 3, Preston Park and Abrams Parks wants rid of the cannon that's been around for the last couple of years, that has already been firing off for the last 2 weeks, that is so loud that the firing of the cannon actually percusses my windows and makes my windows rattled. And if you guys check with each other, you know which household it is and you know where it is that's firing off the cannon, get rid of it. It's not fair, as Lisa said, to those that can't stand noise, especially pets. And it is not someone else's right to make extensive noise at the expense of the neighbor who doesn't want loud noise around them, or can't have loud noise around them. And finally, my final question is, when we call into the non-emergency number, do you have a format that you want used so that the information can be dispersed quickly? Because I'm going to bet that you're going to have multiple calls at the same time and people aren't going to be able to get through. So for example, the format might be your address or the area where you're hearing the problem, a very short description of the problem, and that's it. That's it on and off. Now, if you call in and the problem continues and it continues for several hours, many hours, as in the past, when does it escalate from the 7575 number to 911? Because you guys, they're running in the house and hiding stuff. I'm not sure, but it has been so miserable out here in the past that people have had to sedate their pets or leave the area because of the noise. And that is just not fair. It's not what we signed up for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. And now we're going to go to Paula Pillow.
Evening. Just to follow up on what Denise said, a couple of things. It has been going on out in Preston Neighbors. There has been a cannon. I've talked to management about it. They're aware of it. Problem is, oftentimes, and Doug, you will know this, is that when people start this early, and sometimes even on the 4th of July, it's hard to track down who it is. Once it gets started, they're everywhere, and it's really difficult to know who's setting them off. But we have, for the last 2 weeks, already had people setting off fireworks. It's just difficult to know where they are. And then for Preston and Abrams, as Denise mentioned, since the very first 4th of July celebration that Preston Park ever had, which was in 1998, we have had a prohibition against all fireworks out here, whether they're safe and sane or not. And that relates to mostly the drier conditions out here, the closeness of the buildings themselves. If the fire starts, it can spread quickly to the adjacent townhouses and units, and also because of the perhaps a lengthier time in a response if there is a fire out here. So that would be a great reminder. I would also ask that you make those flyers, one about the July 1st celebration, early celebration, and the downtown grocery outlet celebration available to management. So when they send out the annual prohibition of fireworks notice out here, they can also attach that and help redirect people to these two other events that they can celebrate at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. And now we're going to go to Tommy Bollea. Welcome back, Tommy.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, City Council, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, my dad served in the Army, and I know he served in battle, but he never talked about it. But on the 4th of July, it can repeat a lot of things. I mean, it's hard. I mean, you want to celebrate, but you don't want to flash back. I mean, it's hard. I mean, if we had like a video projector placed somewhere with a big screen, this is just an idea. I mean, I'm not playing music, patriotic music, that kind of stuff. Maybe little sparklers for the kids, and playing music, national anthems, that kind of thing. I think we ought to think about something like that. Even my cousin served, and he never talked about the war, but when you hear those sounds, I don't know, but a veteran, it's pretty tough. And now, for the animals, we would have to step in because we would try everything. Our dogs would hear, down the street, he would hear a UPS truck coming. Now, when it comes to July 4th, we tried to fool the dogs, turn up the radio, but they wouldn't go for it. You try to fool them, but they would hear right through the wall. It was there. So be careful about the dogs, the animals. They're all going to just get scattered, or if they get loose, you know, it's a terrible situation. I don't want to take away July 4th. I know it's a fundraiser. A lot of times I just go to those places and say, here, take the money, you know, keep the fireworks. That's my point of view. But I know it's a fundraiser. It can be a happy time, but also it can be a very serious situation that can turn bad really fast. I've heard so many stories, and the fire situation is not any better. Hopefully July 4th will not be a windy day. We got to pray for good weather and support the fire department and the police. They will be busy enough as it is, but hopefully it'll be peaceful and it'll be a happy 4th of July, especially for veterans. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Tommy. All right, we'll close public comments. And I think maybe Denise didn't have a question, but is our police and fire aware of the cannon and how we might get rid of it this year?
Mr. Mayor, Denise did have a question about calling 911, the non-emergency line. And they will, and she's correct, it's going to get busy. They may get put on hold, or they will maybe not even be able to answer, because remember, these are the 911 call takers or dispatchers that are answering that non-emergency line, the same dispatchers that will answer 911 or send out on call. So the 911 calls obviously have priority. So as far as, yeah, please be concise. They will ask the questions, tell them, try to be specific in the concern, and try to be as specific as possible as the location. That's probably one of the biggest things. And the call will get to the appropriate, either police or fire or both. That will happen. And also, there are some areas in the city that fireworks are not legal. You need to check, as she said, where you live. But it's legal on private property unless you're in a recognized community or homeowners association says you cannot. And I know they're going to have a area grocery outlet, and I'm not sure about the other locations where they're selling fireworks. And if we get more of those locations, or we find out any more, we could actually send them out to the fireworks booths when we do our inspections.
All right. Let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen. Christina, do you have a question regarding fireworks?
I do have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I will be meeting with residents of Sea Haven, hopefully next week, with Scotty Cornfield. If anybody would like, regarding this fireworks issue, if anybody would like to take part in it, my phone number is 277-8586, or you can contact me at cmedinadirksen@cityofmarina.org. I do have other comments in other parts of this meeting, but perhaps Chief McCown, I'll let you know a little bit more about this. And it is about the concerns about fireworks.
Yeah, if you could let me know when it's going to be. I went out there last year with Matt and met with the homeowners out there, and it was a very good meeting out there. So yes, please let me know when.
Doug, how does the city think about sort of vigilante efforts where residents might want to put up reward money to pay people for information that leads to firework related arrests or property where you take away the fireworks? How does the city feel about that? And that's probably a police chief question as well. That is one of the suggestions.
Yeah, that's something, we appreciate the information, but that's something that I think that we need to discuss, because when you talk about visually amped, that brings a whole new connotation to this, because right now they could send it there's a tip line that was on the screen. If they don't want to remain anonymous, call it in, or, we have the non-emergency line to call right away in.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is Chief Nieto. I would be remiss to use the word vigilantism. That's not what vigilantism is, but like Chief McCown, I would say if they have information, then they just need to contact us and give us the information. They can report it anonymously. That's fine, and we'll follow up with it. As some of the people stated, it's just hard to pinpoint who it is. And then if it's infraction or misdemeanor, actually citing the person. So
is the city not in favor of citizens offering rewards for that kind of information?
I'm not in favor as a police chief. I'm neither opposed nor do I support it. That would be up to the city council to make that decision. Rewards are given for many things. But it's the difficulty is that is setting up the criteria of how the reward is given. Is it given if there's a prosecution? Is it given if there's information? So if that's the direction the city wants to move in, I would say that we move into it next year, because it's a question that we're not going to answer in the next couple of weeks, setting up a system.
All right, Lane, were you emailed that information from the Sea Haven folks?
Yes.
Do you have any comment on whether it's something the city you think is a appropriate thing to pursue maybe for next year or not?
Yes, we can do that.
No, I'm not suggesting it. I'm asking you, your opinion is that we should.
Well, I kind of concur with Chief Nieto and McCown. This really is a policy decision of the city council, and I think the council should talk about that and be very clear of the implications of both ways on that.
Okay. All right. I see other hands up. So David or Lisa, if you want to speak to this issue, please go ahead. David?
Yes, just quickly. Seems like last year there were a lot of complaints at the council meeting following the 4th of July celebration, and there were just a number of citizen complaints about either the lack of response or the slow response of our police after being notified that there were fireworks. I remember Chief Nieto at the time indicated that it was hard to determine where they were actually coming from. So I'm just wondering, in the year that's gone by, has there been any attempt at trying to upgrade that or figure out a better tactic for identifying where these events are? Because I know I had people stop me on the street several times and say, why can't the city respond and do something about this? So that's that was the one comment. And the other comment was, I believe Paula Pillow had also asked that the city forward the flyers to the Preston management so that they could send it out. And I don't believe the mayor passed on that comment or that question. So I just wanted to follow up with that. So thank you.
All right, thank you, David. Okay, so I think we're ready to move on. Thank you, Chief. Every year, both chiefs handling fire-related issues. And I think that we're getting a little bit more enforcement and higher fines for the illegals. And I know that some people would like to ban the safe and sane, quote unquote, because they think there's a connection to the illegals. And Chief Nieto, I think last year we dealt with that issue, and there's not a real clear direction between safe and sane and illegals, or is there?
For the safe and sane illegals, I don't see the connection. We saw the safe and sane at in the city, and we don't sell the illegals there. People get a hold of what they're going to get a hold of. I encourage the public to just use safe and sane. If we catch you with illegal fireworks, we will cite and fine you.
All right. Thanks again, everybody. Christina, did you have input on this or you're going for the announcements coming up? Okay, so we're ready, Christina, Medina, Dirksen, if you'd like to start us off with communication from the floor, and then we'll go to the public.
Okay, I'm going to give myself 2 minutes, but I do have a lot to cover here. First of all, I would like to let Allison know that Friends Community Bookstore has a bookstore in town. So the love of your reading, come check out our all volunteer run bookstore operated by Friends of the Marina Library. Speaking of Friends of the Marina Library, they had a wonderful event, the Dad's Read, featuring Nick Kite. We partnered with the Marina Youth Arts, and Nick Kite, who's on our rec commission, brought his truck, and the children, about 200, got to paint it, which was rather fantastic. We also had shaved ice, and it was a wonderful, wonderful event. All In or Buy Nothing brought a clothing exchange. So this is a perfect example of us building our community and bringing people to town. Very proud of what they've done. Let me see. Let's see. The Teen Center is open and open for business. I'd like to proudly report that my children are now members of the Teen Center and have been went to go to see a movie. There's food available and they are learning how to play pool. So thank you to Laura and Arceli for staffing the Teen Center. It's a safe haven. There's skate camp going on. There's a lot of activities that going out there, and it is a nominal fee. However, I haven't paid it yet. I think it's $35 for a year membership. So any parents out there, there's 26 of you out there looking for something for your kids to do, the Marina Teen Center is open for business. If you have a teenager over the age of, I think 13 or no, 12, I believe, noon to 6, it's a safe place, lots of video games for them to hang out. So I just want to throw that shout out there. Nonprofits in Marina, please know that Monterey Gives is open now. There's a request for proposals if you're a nonprofit status. Not a whole lot of.
You froze on us, Christina.
Oh man. Okay.
Not a lot. You said not a lot of work goes into those applications, or?
That's correct. I'm going to turn off my can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, not a whole lot goes on into the application in terms of reporting back, so long as you have a good idea. Go to cfmco.org/impact for more information. Monterey County Gives is an annual giving campaign put through the Monterey Weekly and the Community Foundation partners. It's an excellent way to raise money. I had a phone call from Candace Kime over at the PTA looking to raise money for science camp. Perfect idea here, and it's a community fundraiser. Speaking of the weekly, Best of Monterey County is out there, so go nominate our Marina businesses. We all know that we have some wonderful businesses thriving here. Let's let the rest of the peninsula know. Last thing, just some of the things that I attended the Juneteenth celebration in Seaside. It was wonderful. Seaside always puts on a great event, but I really felt a sense of community there, and Marina was represented. The Veterans Stand Down happened that same day at the fairgrounds. A lot of services there. Monterey College of Law was there offering services. The Gala for the Arts was wonderful this last weekend, celebrating our arts. Marina Youth Arts was there. And lastly, I attended the Hospitality Association's luncheon, which was a really eye-opening numbers on tourism and how we can attract tourism. We've got some further discussions here because they gave the projections of how many people are coming here. And one of the things that really struck me is the international traveler is who brings a good amount of money to our town. And I actually invited somebody from their committee to come to town, and they came, observed our dad's reads, and ate at a Korean restaurant, and they came back to Aki Fresh. Because if we want to attract that international travel, Marina, being the 8th most diverse city in California, is poised to welcome foreign travelers. We have a lot of things that are familiar, and we have a Walmart. So that's all I want to say. I think I went over 2 minutes, but I just had a lot to say. So thanks all.
Thank you, Christina. Let's take it to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley. Go ahead, Lisa.
Terrific. Thank you. There's two things I want to comment on. One again is as we are getting into warmer and hotter weather that we need to be thinking again about our fur friends. When the air temperature is 77 degrees, asphalt temperature is 125. And when it's 86 out, asphalt temperature is 135. 87 degrees air temperature. It's 143 degrees on the asphalt. And at 125 degrees, there can be skin destruction. So we should really be sensitive to our animals who are outside walking on the hot asphalt. So please just keep that in mind as you're out and about enjoying our warm weather. And then one other thing, and assuming we get to it this evening, with approving the resolution for our flag policy and raising the pride flag, tomorrow at 4 p.m, we will be having an official pride flag raising. So we hope you all will come. Hopefully our council members will be able to be there, and the mayor will hopefully be able to be there, and everyone in our community can come. And what's really so special about this isn't just the fact that it's a flag raising, but it really is a symbol of what we value within our community. And of course, there's so much work to do about building equity and equality and dignity and respect for all. But certainly this is a good place to begin to show a symbol that we can live up to. So I hope you all will be able to join us then. And I think those are my comments and announcements for now. Thank you very much.
Lisa, thank you. I work till 4:30 tomorrow, but I'll see what I can do to get out in time. Well, the big news is that our police chief, Tina Nieto, ran away with the county sheriff's election votes. And though she didn't get 50% to avoid a runoff in November, she sure came close. Less than 2% distance from the 50+1 that she would have needed. So congratulations to our police chief for clearing the field, so to speak, on election night last Tuesday, or a couple of Tuesdays ago. But really great job. We want to continue kind of what Christina, Councilmember Medina Dirksen, started to let people know how much there's going on, especially for children. The Junior Giants summer baseball program is ramping up, and kids of all ages can get involved there. It's no score is kept. It's not competitive, but it is a great way to learn about teamwork and trust and reading and, just really down to earth values that help kids as they go through life through baseball. So Junior Giants is a wonderful program that comes out of the San Francisco Giants organization, and they give gloves and balls and everything you need to kids of, I think, kids under 14. And then there's also the Marina Youth Soccer taking applications to sign people up for soccer. So for folks that want to learn soccer or play soccer, for kids also, I think up to 12, Marina Youth Soccer is the place to be. A lot of moms and dads work very hard to coach and administrate the Marina Youth Soccer, so that about 350 to 400 kids every year participate in soccer here in Marina, and they try to make it as affordable as possible, with scholarships included. The pump track at Gloria Jean Tate Park has broken ground. Brian McMinn, when do you think that might be open for people to use? Is that going to be next year or this year?
The current schedule is sometime in October.
So that's going to happen fast. So we're going to have yet another activity for children and all ages, not just children, in Marina. Thanks, Brian. It's going to be a fantastic pump track. And this summer, the hand cars on the railroad are highly likely to be coming back. Progress is being made with our city manager and Christina Medina Dirksen representing us on the Transportation Agency of Monterey County, their board of directors. So everything is trending toward opening up probably within 30 to 45 days to have hand cars going once again on our railroad tracks at an affordable price. And we already have 2 hand cars that showed up, and they're now in Marina. So they're starting to move their hand cars into Marina to get ready for that opening. And Lane, do you have any update on that lease?
Guido can give us an update on that. I know their staff is working hard with that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So we have been actively working with TAMC to finalize the lease. The lease is actually on the agenda for tonight, and Alec is the contract planner who is working on it. We've reached out to Denise Duffy and Associates to begin the CEQA process. And we've reached out to other sister regulatory agencies to keep the process moving forward. But if you have specific questions, I'd ask you direct them to Alex. So
Yeah, so we'll wait on that till we cover that issue. But they'll have cars for wheelchair people. People that are wheelchair bound will be able to get in a car and go down the railroad and come back. People that are not in the best of physical shape will be able to use e-cars, pedal assist cars. So everybody can ride the hand cars this year, and then they'll have the same cars back they had here last year for those people that want to go under their own power the entire trip, 6 miles, 3 miles back, and 3 miles, 3 miles out, 3 miles back. So it's going to be even better this year because it'll be accessible to 100% of people that want to experience that fun. I wanted to announce that we'll have 2 good cleanups, volunteer community cleanups coming up in early July. July 3rd is July 3rd is a Sunday, and we'll be cleaning up the woods in the Salinas Avenue, Carmel Avenue area of Marina, where we've done that on occasion over the last couple of years. So that's July 3rd from Sunday from 9:30 to 12:30. If you're in town for the holiday weekend and you want to do some community service, 9:30 to 12:30, and we'll be meeting at the corner of Salinas Avenue and Reservation Road. On July 10th, the Blue Zone project, whoops, I'm getting ahead of myself. On July 10th, we'll also be it's a Saturday, we'll be having another cleanup on a Sunday out at Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard. And that will be Sunday, July 10th from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. And then what I was going to say about the Blue Zones is that on July 9th, Blue Zone Project Monterey County will be joining Citizens for Sustainable Marina for a Saturday 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Oak Woodland Community Garden session at Lock Padden Park, just outside of our Marina Library. And that happens every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. But the second Saturday of the month, like July 9th, Blue Zones Monterey Project joins us and helps out. So a lot going on for the volunteer service for those who want to give back to the community in that way. And in that note, I'll end with a special thank you, shout out to our former commander, retired Commander Bob Nolan. He removed a lot of graffiti in residential areas and downtown about 10 days ago. And I'll be forwarding all of that to the police department. So at least they have a record of the graffiti that used to be along Carmel Avenue and Seacrest, and Patton Parkway near the high school, where Bob was very busy, gave most of his day about 10 days ago to remove graffiti. So if you see graffiti, please report it to somebody at City Hall. And as soon as it's reported, they'll likely get someone on it, like me or Bob or Public Works, to remove the graffiti, because it's not something that we want to linger. It seems to attract more, like the broken window theory. If you don't get on it, there'll be more to follow. So I'll leave it at that and say thanks again to Bob Nolan for helping out. All right, Kathy Biala, Mayor Pro Tem Biala, what do you have?
Thank you. Boy, this is a long public hearing. I just wanted to say that we have so much going on in our city, and we don't always hear the updates. And Lane Long, our city manager, provided us with an update on many of the projects. And Lane, I wonder if you could do it, or if you don't want me to, I can go through some of the memo. But people need to know about what's happening with our sports center, aquatic center, the sports pavilion, the MLK sculpture. We have 3 parks, Sea Haven, Dunes, and Windy Park, that we're beginning to move on. And so I just think the public needs to know what all that we have been accomplishing.
I can definitely put a memo together that highlights those things and get it out to the council at the end of this week, and they can forward that to anyone in the community. So we can definitely do that.
Great. Yes, there's so much activity, and we're not always aware of what's happening behind the scenes, and a lot is. So thank you very much.
Lane, on that note, suggestion from Kathy, does it take an act of Congress for Anita to send out what you just described once you're done with it?
No, I'll definitely have her do that.
Everyone that gets the city council agendas, I'm sure, would appreciate updates like Kathy suggested, and it'd be great. Okay, let's go to the public. Anything on your mind? Complaints, concerns, announcements? Let's go to Mike Owen. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
You should be, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. 8 months ago, last October, as a result of council direction to address re-engagement of city commissions, the city manager recommended restarting only one commission because it was fully staffed, and public input to move the $3.5 million approved renovation of the Marina Sports Center would be helpful. That the public input would be helpful. This is my question. 3 months ago, Council Member Dirksen asked the city manager about agendizing the re-engagement of commissions, to which he agreed. Okay, my question. If the July council agendas are already full, can the city manager assure the council and public that there will be a spot on one of the August agendas for the discussion about re-engaging the commissions, so that such re-engagement could happen before the passing of another year without any action? My comment. I appreciate that although relevant staffing may be now at pre-COVID levels or even above, for instance, the recent hire from PG for the senior planner, I think that puts planning at a level they haven't been since the city manager arrived. Nevertheless, their workload has increased because of council direction. And so any commission re-engagement would add to that additional workload. But for perspective, please consider that all the minutiae and the technical specifics previously reviewed by the suspended commissions are now coming directly before the council. For example, tree issues, and site tours, checking individual tree tags. So a valid question is whether this workload would increase or just be more efficiently and effectively addressed by re-engaging at least some of the more relevant commissions. Thank you for answering my question.
Great, Mike. Thank you for being brief with your time. Appreciate that. Let's go to Brian McCarthy. Hi, Brian.
I'd like to request a screen share.
Matt, can you assist there?
Sure, we need to promote him really quickly.
Okay, I've got him promoted. You've been promoted, Brian. Congratulations. Is it working for you, Brian, to share your screen?
Sorry, I was muted. Mayor, members of the council, I do almost feel guilty speaking. It's nearly 8 o'clock and we're just getting to public comment. I would suggest there's definitely better ways to do this, but that's not why I'm here tonight. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to speak. I'm here tonight to talk to you a little bit about tobacco control. And this is actually a really exciting time to be having this discussion, not only following Tanya's earlier excellent presentation on blue zones, but because there's a sense that there really are some opportunities for meaningful change across California and the country. And that sense is quite palatable after decades of tobacco industry predation on youth and minority communities. So as Tanya mentioned, just over 2 hours ago, the city of Monterey did in fact adopt a first reading of an ordinance that would ban all flavored tobacco and vapes in the city. CCI is working on a similar ordinance, and PG and others have long adopted some of these bans, at least for a year or two now. I can tell you I'm actively working with stakeholders to try and ensure an ordinance comes before you this year for your consideration. But tonight, I just want to offer a few facts from various sources and mention that my speech here tonight is my own and doesn't reflect any other stakeholders. And what I'd like to do is just show a couple quick video clips and follow it with some facts if time allows.
You have 2 minutes.
When Big Tobacco's products were found out to be killers, they promised smokers safety. They called it a filter. But this filter wasn't safe or useful, just small and made of microplastics that have endangered us all. For far too long, they've polluted the earth. They're literally everywhere. There's no need to search. Big Tobacco, you'll have to answer for your despicable ride, for your wake of destruction, your one little big lie. Learn more at undo.org. You know those cigarette butts that you see every day? They're made of microplastics, and they line our streets and waterways. You'll find them on California beaches more often than plastic straws. It's an environmental disaster the tobacco industry caused. Big tobacco cigarette butts filter practically nothing and are made of microplastic fibers that are toxic and cunning. They may seep into water and food and air too. And the smaller microplastics get, the more damage they do. Could they end up in you, your bodies, their prey? New studies indicate possible links to mutations in DNA. An evil lie with a future's worth of harm. To the world, now you know, so sound the alarm.
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to respect your time here. Tonight. I can, the sense of wanting to move this meeting along is pretty palatable as well. So I'll come back with some of the other facts that I have, but please don't take my word for some of these items. As this legislation hopefully will be coming before you, I really urge council to take some time to do their own research and find their own facts and educate yourself on tobacco-related issues. So that when the action does come, you're best prepared to make the best decision possible. Thank you for your time tonight. I look forward to speaking with you some more on this issue in the future.
Thank you very much, Ryan. All right, let's go to, sorry, I have my cursor where it needs to be. Jeff Markham, welcome.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank the city services for an eventful walk I had this morning. I was walking and the Marina Police Department apprehended an individual who had stolen a bicycle and returned it to the owner. And on further in my walk, there was a fire on Patton, and the Marina Police or Fire Department went and put that out very quickly. And so we always hear when things don't work well, but when they do work well, it's a nice thing to see. So thank you for the services.
Great, Mike. Jeff, I'm glad they apprehended. I saw that stolen bike in daylight. An adult stole a child's bike, and it was pretty heart-wrenching to watch that happen on somebody's Ring camera at their front door. But I think that's probably the one you're talking about. I'm really happy that came to such quick closure. Good job, Marina Police. Okay, let's go to Tommy Bollea. Go ahead, Tommy.
Yeah, good evening again. I just wanted to rebut on what I was mentioning about having to leave Marina to get products or services. That's where I get back to that analogy of Marina being a virtual city. It's there, but it's not there. Meaning, if you had all the miles of all the cars I've owned, I probably put 1 million miles. 1 million miles, that's like 2 trips to the moon plus circle the moon a couple of times and still have miles to burn. To get products and services that I have to leave. And I see it elsewhere in Marina. All the contractors working on all the new development you guys are doing, that's great. But I see aerial codes on their trucks, 650, 408. These people don't live here. You know, they come far distances, they build, they make a lot of money, then they leave. That's the way California, I'm not saying Marina's the only city, but I see it everywhere. We burn more energy to get from point A to point B to make money, and then we go back home and spend the money. It has nothing to do with the city that they did the work in. And I can mention so many other things that are virtual in Marina. It's there, but it's not there. And I'm trying to be part of it. I mean, my dentist used to be in Watsonville because the factory was there. Now the factory's gone. And I was driving 50 miles to go see my dentist after the factory closed. Well, I moved my dentist to Marina. And I got my doctor here too. So I'm trying to make it happen. But the more I look, I mean, I should be doing community service for the rest of my life of what I've done to the city of Marina. I really mean it, because I've not spent my money here. I've spent it somewhere else because I'm looking for goods and services that Marina doesn't have. And I'm not going to blame you guys. It's just business is, they make decisions like, well, are we going to go to Marina or are we going to go to Seaside or Monterey? Well, they all go there. So I end up driving there. I mean, decisions were made by cities or governments that just get me on the road, and maybe the state has something to do with it because I have to go to the gas pump. Yeah, somebody's making money on that deal. So California is probably the worst state in the union to do business in, and it's getting worse. All the factories are gone. People are driving farther to go to work. It's becoming a virtual world. And now Amazon's moved in. Well, I want to go to the store right here. You don't even have to. They're closed. I just go to Amazon. They're open 24 hours a day. And I can get the product the next day. I was talking to people. They do all their shopping on Amazon, groceries, you name it. It's dropped right on their front porch. My God, I cannot believe what's next. At this rate, there won't be stores. There'll be just maybe showrooms where you can touch and feel something, but you go back home and buy it. I mean, we're going too fast. That's the problem. And we need to slow down because the faster you go, you're just going to age faster. That's all what we're doing. We need to slow down. I mean, I'm trying to spend my money here and be part of something. Like I try to shop at locally owned restaurants, not corporations, but I'm trying to do my part. But I still need to do more, and everybody needs to do more. You have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. So we'll give everyone a couple moments to raise your hand if you haven't spoken, and we'll close public comment. Okay, we'll close public comment. Let's get to the questions. Mike asked if the August agenda can have the establishment of commissions on it. Lane, our city manager, what's your response?
Yeah, his comment is very timely. In our staff meeting this morning, planning our future agendas, we had talked about August bringing an item back to the council to consider the commissions and also discuss our coming back to council meetings in person. We are, Matt has been working on updating our AV system and putting a hybrid system type in place. And we are, will be finishing carpeting and painting the council chambers and have computer stations for the council. And so we are working hard. We think in a couple months, the council chambers will be to a point where we can have that update in place and start meeting again in person and having hybrid meetings if the council wants. And so we are targeting probably the second meeting in August to finalize those discussions and see if council wants to and is ready to start meeting back in person. And if you want to have hybrid meetings, but at least we'll have the technology available to do that if you want to do that. And we'll also discuss about the commissions, bringing them back and whether or not we want to bring them back Zoom or live. And so Mike's comment was timely. We are targeting August to do that.
All right, that's great. Thank you, Lane. Did anyone note questions I may have missed from the public? It's the only question I wrote down. Okay, so we're going to move to our consent agenda. Does any member of the public wish to pull anything or ask any brief question or comment? And then we'll ask the council the same. Karen Anderson. Go ahead, Karen, and hello.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Delgado and City Council and staff. I have questions regarding two items on the consent agenda, 8G1 or I1. And my question is how the Sea Haven developer has mitigated the endangered sand Gillia plants, which were located in the vicinity of Fuji Way at the time of bulldozing this area of Sea Haven Phase 4B. I know 4A is on the consent agenda, but I wonder about being able to ask this question about 4B. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Karen. And we'll get to that question in a moment. Anybody else wishing to pull anything or ask a brief question? Okay, let's go, Lane, to Karen's question. She mentioned that 4A is on our agenda, and 8G1 and 8I1, but that in 4B, there was some Sangillia take, some plants that were killed, removed. So is it appropriate that we talk about 4B if the agenda item is 4A? And if not, can we just answer the question anyway?
Yeah, I think I can just answer it briefly, and it's kind of attached to the consent calendar here. And it's a very appropriate question. Mitigation is required for that, and the appropriate application was filed with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And then that's where the problem is. We're not sure what happened. I don't believe any appropriate mitigation happened, but that is their responsibility. They're aware of that. They're having internal discussions about that and what, if anything, they are going to do at this point in time. But there's nothing that the city of Marina can do, but the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, that's their responsibility. They're aware of that issue, and they are having discussions regarding that.
All right, thank you. And thanks for the question, Karen. Let's go to Council, Christina, Medina, Dirksen. Councilmember Medina, Dirksen, do you have something?
Yes, I have a question. This has to do with item 8F2 about the general plan update RFP. And my question is twofold. One, how long is the plan good for? It's not mentioned in the report. And when we talk about the area on the back of the first page, second page, when it talks about major new developments at the airport and CSUMB campus, there's no mention of the East Garrison property. I'm sorry, the neighborhood out in the East Garrison, which is county property. So my question is, are there plans for annexation? Is that covered by the county general plan? I just would like some clarification. I know there's been some informal talks. So first off, how long is this plan good for? And secondly, what about those areas of possible annexation of East Garrison?
So Lane or Guido, can you talk about sphere of influence and how that might fit into our general plans upcoming redo and answer that first question as well?
Yeah, I'll let Lane, if you want to address it, or I can address it. Depends on how you want
to. Go ahead, Guido.
Yeah, so annexation definitely could be part of the general plan discussion. We can certainly talk about LAFCO stuff if you guys want tonight, but really tonight's focus is just to let the council know we are releasing the RFP. But in terms of getting into the details of that specific issue, that won't be happening for quite a while in terms of the general plan process. So,
and then the question of how long is the general plan good for?
Well, generally 20 years. I've worked for some cities where it goes a little bit longer, but generally you try to update it every about 20 years.
And ours was done in 2000, and then it was redone in 2001. And then was it updated since then as well?
I understand there have been some more cosmetic amendments, but this will be a pretty significant rewrite, which is what we're aiming for. So
it's gone about 22 years since a significant rewrite.
Yeah. So the housing element's really the only one that, every 5 or 8 years, depending on what housing element cycle, that has to be absolutely is on a specific schedule. But yeah, generally every 20 years, you should try to update your general plan. So.
Okay. Thank you. And let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Bollea.
May I follow?
Sure. Go ahead, Christina. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Guido. Then perhaps might the language as we go out to RFP include major new developments at the airport, including but not limited to, so that it keeps it a little more open and broad? I would just hate to nail our RFP down to something.
We can the council member, we can certainly add that, but I think that it was just more of just a general overview for basically why we're updating it. I don't know if necessarily we have to get that specific right now in the RFP, because it's really just more for background for the consultants who will bid on it, just to say, hey, these are some of the reasons why we're going to update it. But I mean, we can certainly throw in a paragraph into the RFP.
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Right. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Yeah, just a real quick comment on the same item 8F2 about the general plan update. I am just thrilled. I am so thrilled that we are finally making some movement on this. And I can't tell you how excited I'm going to be when we get into charrettes and we involve the community on this. So, and I understand, Allison, you're going to be a big part of this. So we're really grateful we've been waiting a very long time for this. So thank you.
All right. Thanks, Kathy. I'll motion that we approve our consent agenda.
I second.
We have a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett.
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, that motion passes 5-0. Thanks, everybody. And there's a lot that goes into all of those consent items, even though we don't take them on one by one. I just want to say thank you to everybody involved, because there's a lot of work and achievements in all of those consent agendas. All right, well, but now we'll move to our public hearing regarding Marina Station, which is the proposed development on the north side of town. Guido, is this your baby?
Actually, Mayor, I'll take the overview of it, and then we're going to pass it on to Karen Tiedemann here. So just to give a high-level overview, Marina Station is a long-time entitled project here in the city that has sat there for a long period of time. Karen is going to give a history of the background of the project and all the approvals and kind of legally where things are. I think we've had some questions about that. We also have Dustin Bogue from Third Millennium, and he will also make a presentation. After our presentation, they are ready to move forward with the project. We have actually been meeting with them for probably close to 2 years, as they've expressed an interest and a desire to move the project forward. What they've requested, one of the things they need to move it forward, is an assignment from the previous developers to them, and Karen will cover that. And then also they're requesting an amendment to the development agreement, that they wanted an extension of the time, and our staff has been working with them on that amendment. There's some other tweaks that we just wanted to get clarified in the existing development agreement, but Karen will handle those in details. We do not have to reach a decision tonight. This is a project that is new to a lot of people. A lot of people that are familiar with it. It is so old that we want to be sure that we have enough time to answer everyone's questions. If there's more information that you like, we can certainly do that. If council's comfortable to reach a decision, that's great. And if not, we can continue it to a meeting in July, and that would be fine also. And so with that, we'll turn it over to Karen, who has really been here since the start of that. So Karen really has a good history and a background of the project.
Yes, thank you, Lane. And let me just, so hopefully I'm sharing my screen. Let me get to this. Okay, so as Lane said, what we're here to discuss tonight is the Marina Station Development Agreement and a potential amendment to that agreement, as well as approval of an assignment of the development agreement to Third Millennium Partners. So let me just give you a little background on the assignment. The development agreement was originally entered into with Creek Bridge Homes. Creek Bridge had a purchase and sale agreement to acquire the property from the Armstrong family. They dropped out of the project in 2010. The Armstrong family sold the property, I think in 2017, to a group of owners. And those owners have brought in Third Millennium to be the developer. Under the terms of the development agreement, the city has to approve the assignment, but you are very limited in your approval rights. You can disapprove it if you find that the proposed assignee doesn't have the capacity. We did do due diligence on Third Millennium Partners, and we do believe they have the capacity. So that's item 1 on your agenda. And then item 2 is potentially the first reading of an ordinance approving the First Amendment to the development agreement for Marina Station. So just by way of background, as Lane said, the Marina Station project has been around for a while. It was originally approved in March of 2008. I think the developer is going to go into more detail, but the project site is on the north end of town. It is 320 acres total. The project is approved for 1,360 residential units. 887 of those would be single family, and 473 would be multifamily. There's also approval for 60,000 square feet of retail, 144,000 square feet of office, and 652,000 square feet of business park. There's approximately in the current plan about 19 acres of parks, and then additional acreage that is open space and conservation easement areas. So this is just a map of the project. I know there's a lot of detail on this, and I don't expect people to get it all, but if you have questions, we can go over it. But this is showing essentially the layout of the project. Just to note, the dark green areas are the parks. The lighter green areas are open space, and then the very light green areas are conservation easements. You'll note that the residential is primarily on the north and then a bit on the south, and that middle part is the office park areas. So when the project was approved in 2008, an environmental impact report was certified at that time, and a specific plan was adopted. There was a general plan amendment, a zoning ordinance amendment, a vesting tentative map, design review approval, and a development agreement, which we're going to focus on here. So development agreements are authorized by the government code, and the city of Marina has adopted Chapter 4 of its municipal code that sets out its procedures for the approval and amendment of development agreements. The original development agreement, as I said, was entered into in 2008. It had an initial term of 18 years, so it would expire in March of 2026. What that agreement does is it grants the developer vested rights to develop the project in accordance with the land uses and the approvals that were granted in March 2008. So for the duration of that agreement, even if the city were to make changes in the underlying zoning or land uses, those changes would not apply to this project. They are vested in their ability to develop. Other things it does freeze their impact fees at the 2008 level, subject to an inflation index, and the city is prohibited from imposing any new fees. But we'll talk about that a little. There have been some amendments that will allow some fees to be imposed. And when we did go through the fees, they did seem consistent with your current fees. So this wasn't an area of negotiation. So as Lane mentioned, the developer has requested an amendment to the development agreement to extend the term for an additional 10 years. So that would take it to 2036. As part of that request, the city did request some other changes to the agreement in exchange for the extension. So one of those was to make it clear that the city can charge your current processing fees for applications at the time they are submitted. The existing development agreement is not clear on that issue, and we wanted to make sure that your processing fees were up to date. And we also wanted to clarify that your current building codes, including any green building codes or locally adopted building codes, if you were to adopt something like a REACH code, would apply to the project. And then also your current tree ordinances and fencing requirements will apply. The amendment does require an updated fiscal impact study, and that study has to demonstrate that the project is fiscally neutral to the city before the city will approve a final map for the project. And just to note, right before this meeting, we did get a draft of that fiscal impact study. That study is showing that the project is not just fiscally neutral, but it is fiscally positive to the city in the amount of approximately 1.7 million per year. We're still looking at that, so that is a draft number, but the project does look like it would be fiscally beneficial. We also removed some development standards for parks that were very dated. They were 2008 standards. We did change the requirements with regard to the park fees. As part of the settlement agreement, there was litigation on this project in 2008. It settled. And as part of that settlement agreement, there are certain areas that need to be set aside for conservation easements. As a result of that, that reduces the amount of park acreage. So to make up for that, the developer has agreed to provide the required park space acreage of approximately 19 acres, but then also to pay 51.9% of your existing city park fees for each building permit. So you will get parks and you also get park fees. And then finally, the property owner, which owns property, not just the property subject to the development agreement, but property adjacent to it, has agreed that if it grants rights to any party to test their vernal ponds, it will grant those same rights to the city. So as Lane mentioned, we have been working on this for a long time. This was presented to the Planning Commission in July of 2021. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. And at that time, we also presented to the Planning Commission an analysis of the compliance with the development agreement to date. And the Planning Commission found that the developer is in substantial compliance with the terms of the development agreement. So one of the issues we wanted to talk about was the extension of term. So they are requesting a 10-year extension. Part of the request is based on excused delays or force majeure delays related to litigation and the global recession. So as I mentioned, the project was subject to litigation after its initial approvals. That litigation took a little less than 3 years to resolve. And that litigation really overlapped with the height of the global recession. So we looked at the developer's excused delay request. The developer, I will note for you, the developer does believe they are entitled to a much longer excused delay. But after we looked at it, we determined that they would be entitled to 3 additional years based under the terms of the agreement because of the litigation and the recession. So that would set the termination date for the development agreement to March of 2029. And under the terms of the development agreement, that is an administrative approval. So if that were the only extension, this would not require approval of the planning or recommendation of the Planning Commission or the approval of the City Council. A couple other issues. The development agreement does require that the developer provide 20% of the units as affordable units. This is consistent with the city's housing element requirements at the time the project was approved. So 6% of the units have to be affordable to very low income households. So that's 82 units. 7 have to be affordable to low-income households. So those are households with incomes above 50%, up to 80% of the area median income. So that's 95 units. And 7% of the units have to be affordable to moderate income households. So households above 80%, but no greater than 120% of AMI. Under the terms of the development agreement, before the city approves the first final map, the city and the developer must enter into a below market rate housing agreement. That agreement is intended to provide the details with regard to the affordable housing, such as the location, the timing, what portions of this are for sale versus rental, etc. So that is an agreement that if you were to approve this amendment, you would see at a later date. So I mentioned parks. Prior to the settlement, there was a larger acreage of parks. Some of that acreage is now open space or conservation easements. So the development agreement has been revised to address that. But it does still provide approximately 19 acres of approved parks, and then it does provide additional open space. One of the requirements of the development agreement is that the park maintenance has to be covered either by the HOA, the Homeowners Association, or by a community facilities district that will be formed. So a lot of the park maintenance, the roadway maintenance, et cetera, will be covered by a community facilities district and not the city's general fund, which is how the project becomes fiscally positive to the city. And one other thing just to note, the community facilities district will also fund 1/2 of the operating costs of a new fire station. So that is also included in the agreement. So this is just sort of less busy diagram of the park areas. As I noted before, the dark green areas are active parks, as is that kind of yellow spine. That's sort of a linear park. And then lighter areas are open space or conservation easements. And then we just wanted to show you the bike paths and the trails. The purple on this is the 4-tag trail, and the blue are the bike trails through the project. So, and I think that's the end of the slides. So as I mentioned, what is being requested tonight is consideration of an amendment to the development agreement. As Lane indicated, you also could continue the item depending on your questions. And I do believe the developer has a presentation, but I'm happy to answer questions before that.
All right, Karen, thank you for being with this project and other projects as long as you have for our city. Thanks for the presentation as well tonight. Do you want, well, I guess you did say let's do the questions now relative to what you just presented. And if questions come up that are more appropriate for the developer, we'll put those aside and let the developer give his presentation with those questions in mind. And then if they're not answered during the developer's presentation, we'll ask the developer after the presentation that he makes. So let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that presentation, Karen. A lot of background here. I want to go with your opening statement. You said that it has the capacity, and I'd like you to know what you meant to clarify the project has the capacity. Did you mean water? Did you mean, from your point of view, you said this does have the capacity. So that was my first question.
I think what I meant to say is that it is entitled for those elements that I discussed, that residential density and commercial and retail. I think the developer would have to talk to you about the water issues, but I do believe that they also have water.
Okay.
I can clarify, they do have the water. So there's a separate agreement with Marina Coast Water District that guarantees that they have sufficient water for the build out of that project.
Okay, thank you. I just needed the clarification on that, what you meant by capacity. Another clarification, when you mentioned the vernal ponds testing, did you say it was limited to the city? Or can you repeat what you said about the testing of the vernal ponds?
So what our agreement says is that if the property owner gives access to anyone else for testing or monitoring of their vernal ponds, then they will give the city similar access.
Will they put us on notice if that occurs?
Yeah, I'm looking for the exact language, but yes. So, this was a big area of discussion, and this is in part why it took a long time between Planning Commission and now, is to work out the terms of this. So,
is there an easy explanation for the 20 attendees here why the vernal ponds and the testing of them are important?
I'm going to turn that over to your city manager.
Sure. One of the really important issues for our community is the proposed desalination plant by California American Water Company. And one of the concerns that we have, in addition to the impacts on our groundwater, is also the impacts to vernal ponds throughout the city. And this is, in this project area, is just one of several vernal ponds. And in our CalAm issues and with the Coastal Commission, we have had various studies and various consultants look at the impacts of the potential impacts of a desalination project on our vernal ponds. And we have wanted to, and we have gone out and tested and monitored some of these other vernal ponds, but we have not had access to this vernal pond because the owners did not want us to have access. We mistakenly understood that the owners gave access to California American Water Company to do monitoring on this pond, and that was not correct. They have not given access to anyone on that pond. They kind of want to stay out of the middle of that desalination issue. But the settlement agreement for those wetlands and the vernal ponds will require a management plan be set up and monitoring and mitigation be set up for that whole area. And that will be part of the project, and that will be a responsibility of the developer to do that.
Thank you very much for that concise synopsis of why the vernal ponds are important. I want to ask another question having to do with a clarification here. You said that, Karen, you said that essentially the builders, or I'm sorry, the developers are frozen in time with our 2008 building codes, or not codes, but our rules and standards. However, are they exempt also from state laws such as SB 9 or any others?
No. So we cannot exempt them from any state laws, and the development agreement is clear on that. So what is, and I maybe too strong of a word to say frozen, but they are entitled to develop in accordance with the land uses and standards that were in effect in 2008. And they can be subject to new regulations adopted by the city if they're not inconsistent or they don't prevent them from developing. So, and they are always subject to state and federal requirements because we don't control that.
And then just jumping off of that, I had a question for our city manager. He clarified a bit, but as we had a conversation earlier tonight about passing the RFP for a general plan update, let's just say we pass our general plan before this goes into effect. They are still in the 2008 mode, so they would be exempt from the new standards or anything new. Is that correct?
Right. If they had an application that's approved and moving forward, it would be whatever that existing application that's already approved.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, so for as long as this development agreement is in effect, that would be the case.
Wonderful. My last question, because I'm a resident of this area, and we've been watching go from strawberry fields to cows, and no longer any cows per the actions of the city not renewing, if I understand correctly, the permits for that. One of the concerns that we have is going to be the traffic mitigations. So did you say that a traffic study was going to occur? And is that the burden placed on the developer?
No, so there was a significant and detailed traffic analysis that was done as part of the EIR in 2008. And the development agreement includes a pretty lengthy list. The existing development agreement includes a lengthy list of the mitigation measures that the developer has to implement as part of that. So that study was already done.
Yes, I did see some of those roundabouts and those kind of things. And this is a question for our city manager. Perhaps these are just clarifying questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I will hold up my next question for later, but that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Christina. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett. You're muted, David, but it looks like you're having a good time.
Sorry. I just have a couple of quick questions. Karen, I remember being on the Planning Commission when you brought this forward, and
I thought that was the case.
we're pushing it over the line finally. Just a couple of quick questions here. Unlike the Dunes and Sea Haven, this property was never under FORA. It had never been government property. This was a private land sale to now another private owner.
That is correct. This is never, to my knowledge, this has never been publicly owned unless we go way, 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 way back.
Well, it was a ranchero or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. So the agreement, the affordable housing agreements, are part of our general plan, and that's our only hook or our only in on this project. That it's within the city's sphere of influence, so they have to develop this according to this development agreement and our existing general plan.
Yes, that's correct. I mean, you have an inclusionary housing ordinance that was in effect in 2008, and they are subject to that. So that is part of the 20%. So sorry about that.
No problem.
I'm having a little. So the agreement is subject to that, and this is documented in the development agreement. So the development agreement contractually binds them to it, but they are bound to it because they are bound to what was in effect in 2008. And the 6%, 7%, 7% is what your ordinance was at that time.
Okay. Without getting too deeply into the weeds, could you give me a lay person's concise, this is under the recitals, under Exhibit A, number 11, no further modifications. Could you, I guess, characterize, so this development agreement will cover all events related to this project, and so there'll be no other circumstances that would allow for modification outside of these recitals, these agreements. Is that my understanding?
I am looking for what document you're looking at.
Okay, I'm looking at Exhibit A, which is the First Amendment to the Development Agreement, Exhibit A, and I'm on page 17.
Okay, let me just get there before I answer. Yes, so what that is essentially saying is that except as is set out in that First Amendment, whatever is in the development agreement currently continues to remain in effect.
Okay,
So
okay,
we're only amending what we specifically put in this agreement.
okay. So the project was interrupted in 2008 at the height, I guess, of the Great Recession related to housing and the housing bubble and the selling of mortgages on the stock market. And so it had a general chilling effect, well, more than chilling, killed off most housing in the world, I guess. So I guess I'm wondering, we seem to be in precarious times right now. They're throwing around recession again as a possible in our next 12 to 24 months. Giving them an extension to 2038, I believe it was.
36.
36. That should be a sufficient buffer given what's happened in the past, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is our hope.
Okay.
And so that was in part the thinking of, giving a little bit more time than maybe staff at least was completely comfortable with, to give a little bit of buffer, because this is a significant project and it is multi-phased. So that does give them, potentially maybe a couple market cycles to complete.
I'm trying to equate this project. It's about the size of Sea Haven, or is it closer to the dunes?
Closer to the dunes in terms of the mixed use. Sea Haven is 100% residential. So it's about 100 more residential units than the dunes, and significantly less in terms of retail. And then I'd have to look up the dunes in terms of office and industrial, but it's definitely closer to the dunes than Sea Haven.
So given the fun times we've had with the developments at Sea Haven and the dunes, this development agreement reads pretty much like the agreements we've had with those projects. Can we anticipate similar outcomes? That is to say, issues over the commercial, issues over the housing products themselves. I'm just trying to anticipate that, we're kind of, this is like a movie that keeps repeating itself. So the issues that we've had with our other two projects will probably be the issues we'll have with this project.
It will be different, and here's why. So with both Sea Haven and the dunes, you had both a development agreement, which essentially regulates land uses, and you had with Sea Haven an option agreement, and with the dunes a disposition and development agreement. So you were disposing of property to the developers of Sea Haven and the dunes. And so a lot of the back and forth that we've had with both the developers of the dunes and the developers of Sea Haven has really related to the land transaction and the business terms on that transaction. With regard to their development agreements, the main issue that we've had with their development agreements, if you may recall, was getting them to agree that we could implement the new FORA fee, because their agreements locked fees in place at the time of the agreement. So I think it is different. You are acting in your regulatory capacity with regard to this development agreement, whereas for both the dunes and Sea Haven, you act in both your regulatory capacity and your proprietary capacity as the landowner. So you have more control in some sense over those two projects than you do over this project. You're
pretty limited now.
you're limited to your land use regulatory role.
Yes. Okay, I'll have comments, I guess, if we get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thanks, Karen. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's see. The first thing is, Karen, can you send us your slide presentation? I know you probably finished it 5 minutes before the council, but I always like to see that these are a better summary, and I'm very visual as opposed to reading. So if you could.
I will do that.
Yeah. Wanted to ask about, on one of the slides, you said there's 19 acres of open space. And I think below that, you said there's other open space acreage, or is that, I'm presuming those are two different acreages?
Right. So there is 19 acres of improved parks. In addition to that, so those will be your traditional parks with playgrounds, various, improvements and amenities. In addition to that, there is open space that is more passive. And then there's also conservation easements that have to be maintained in accordance with the settlement agreement. So you can't really call it open space, but the result is there's a fair amount of acreage that is undeveloped as a result of the conservation easements.
Okay, and that's not publicly accessible. That's really for.
I think you're going to have to ask the developer. I reviewed the settlement agreement, but I'm not as versed in it as they are.
Okay, so I can do that. And that would be the conservation and easements would be part of the Sierra Club lawsuit that generated this outcome. Okay, great. And I know that we talked about vernal ponds and in a specific instance why it suddenly has become a major focus for the city of Marina. And I think that the addition in the amendment was for that specific reason. But over and beyond that, I think that Marina has now understood the importance of vernal ponds, and we have many all over the city. And so it's not just about the issues with Cal-Am, it's also about how we value our natural environment and what those vernal ponds do for our ecosystem. Can we put in an addition to that last amendment that talks about not just that we would get studies if they granted another third party, the ability to do the monitoring and study of that vernal pond on that property, but that we also say, because it's the responsibility of the developer per another agreement, can we ask that if there are studies done, that the city receive the reports on it too? Because we pretty much know a lot about all the other vernal ponds in our region, but not those. And so if it happens that there is monitoring and reports, can we have the reports directly as well to complete our understanding of this environmental system?
We can ask that when the developer gives their presentation. You can ask them.
Okay, great. And the last thing is, if we do not grant an extension, does this project come to a halt? Is that what happens, or is there some other outcome?
I mean, that really is up to the developer, but the developer the development agreement will continue to remain in effect. And as I said before, its current term is through 2026, but there is clearly a 3-year excused delay extension that they are entitled to. So that would take it to 2029.
Mm-hmm.
During that time, they have vested rights. There also is a vesting tentative map on this property, and that also gives them vested rights. So until 2029, It's the status quo. They can develop the property consistent with the specific plan. If they've proceeded with that development by 2029, then whether they could continue if they hadn't finished would depend on a couple factors. I mean, there is still the vesting tentative map. And if they had proceeded to final maps, they would have vested rights. And there also are common law vested rights. So it would be an analysis at that time as to what would happen. But until 2029, they are fully entitled to develop.
Okay. So we just don't know what they would decide, but legally, they would have to have another development agreement after 2029, or is that?
Not necessarily. So that's what I'm trying to say, because of both the vested map, the vesting tentative map,
right,
and because of the common law doctrine about vested rights, they might be able to proceed past 2029 without needing the development agreement to be extended. And that, you know, we wouldn't be able to give you an answer on that until we saw where things were in 2029.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Great. Thank you very much. And it sounds like it might be very messy and probably involve litigation, which always is not a happy scenario for either side. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions for right now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kathy. Karen, does a tentative map have an expiration date, or does it go forever?
A vesting tentative map does have an expiration date, but under the terms of the development agreement, the term of the vesting tentative map, and also this is a state law provision, the term of the vesting tentative map is extended for the term of the development agreement.
So that seems to indicate the development agreement has a major influence on the life term of the tentative map. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it does extend the term of the map. That is correct.
But what you were telling Kathy in response to her question is that even if the development agreement is expired, the vested tentative map might have a life of its own beyond that expiration.
Yeah, it would depend on where they are in the final map process.
Where are they now in the final map?
They had not gotten approval for their first final map. So that would be the next step. If you were to approve this amendment, presumably they would come forward with their first final map.
Okay, if we didn't approve the amendment, what would they do in regards to the final tentative map? Or
they could come forward with their first final map as well.
How many? There's a first final, and then how many versions are there?
This project has 8 phases, and so they'll be bringing in the final maps on each phase as they bring it forward. And so, say by 2029, if they're through phase 3 or phase 4, they would have those final maps approved at that point. And I think that's what Karen is talking about. It kind of depends on where the project is at 2029, which final maps that they have submitted for the phases at that point in time.
Okay. So I started there because that's kind of like the ground floor of what our rights might be, what their rights might be. And I don't understand what those are. And so that's why I was asking. And I was glad that Mayor Pro Tem was asking similar questions. Why is it called Marina Station? So sort of review back in time. Can you describe why it's called Marina Station?
Actually, I cannot. I do not know that history.
I can probably jump into that, surprisingly. So TAMC a while back was building a light rail line, and it was going to come from Castroville and on down through Monterey. And so the Marina Station was going to be a major focal point of that light rail line. And so as part of the specific plan, it talks about Marina Station being there, retail shops being built around there, little community center built around that station part. Now we know that a light rail line is not going down. We aren't sure what is going there. We have talked with TAMC about that, and at this point, TAMC has said, you know, we just have to keep the right of way open through that area. But that was the original history, is that was supposed to be a station point of that light rail.
Can you show us a map of the light rail station, the Marina station, and how this development was going to work with it, as far as having a transit-oriented development with a retail supporting commercial, supporting residential as a transit hub area? Or do we not have that map available that was in the EIR and previous planning documents?
Karen, I think if you can just pull up that land use map.
Okay, let me.
At least we can show a little bit.
Lane, I'm impressed with your knowledge of history. Gold star.
You know, I'm starting to be here long enough that.
Okay, I don't know what just happened, but let me just, okay. So this, here we go. This one, Lane?
Yes, that one. So where Del Monte Road comes through, right down through there, and you see that little half circle through there, that's where Marina Station is. It's on Del Monte Road, and both on the west and east side is where that station hub would be built, and some of those shops. And so those are going to be discussions with the developer as that phase comes forward, on really how that phase is going to be built out. Still needs to be in compliance with the specific plan, but the light rail is a little bit different. And so I think that'll be a discussion with the developer for future date.
So if we wanted that area that's going to be redesigned, as far as the uses, residential, commercial, retail, and we approve everything tonight, it seems like we lose a lot of leverage, because we can't drastically alter what they propose to do there. Or am I wrong? That in the future, even if we approve everything tonight, we'll be able to have a strong say in how that area is used as far as mixed uses.
What you would approve tonight isn't going to change your say as to those uses. So once again, through 2029, what you're going to approve tonight will just extend the development agreement. But through 2029, you're limited. And I would just note that this is a more updated plan from the developer. This is what they're proposing, and on either side of Del Monte is mixed use.
Okay, so what we're seeing now has not been approved. It hasn't been publicly digested. It's a change from the Marina Station plan. Is that correct?
This is an updated lotting plan that is a change from what was in the specific plan. Primarily, it's my understanding, and I think you can ask the developer this question as well, it's my understanding that it addresses the impacts of the settlement agreement, which primarily impact this area. So that required the relocation of some of the housing lots. So that was the main change.
Okay, so what we're looking at now, does it have Marina Station in it, or has it been removed and sort of redesigned?
I think you'll have to ask the developer, maybe Guido knows. This is the area, this is what it has, but I'm not sure that it has an actual station, because I don't think the light rail is going forward.
Okay, so kind of what I'm getting at is that, isn't it true that to come to tonight, staff and the developers have put a lot of effort into various aspects of this large development. And this is the first time, isn't it, that city council is privy to the result of all that effort?
We have not, well, I mean, certainly the planning department can discuss this. We have not put a lot of effort into the details on this level. The effort has been primarily with regard to the development agreement amendment. They will still have to get final maps approved, and that's where the details will come in.
Okay. So in the past, to get to this point, let's say back in the year 2005, a lot of effort went into public meetings, planning commission, as far as the design of this project, and then the EIR. That was a lot of effort to get to the design, right?
Yeah, presumably, yes.
And then Lane has put in, is it correct, a lot of effort into these various changes with trees and parks, et cetera, fire station and all of that. There's some new things there that took Lane and staff a lot of time sort of negotiating back and forth with the developer, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have spent time going back and forth on the development agreement amendment.
Okay, so my concept is that I want to make sure this is true, that in the past, a long time ago, a lot went into the design of this whole project. And then more recently, a lot of effort's gone into how do we revive it with this agreement tonight with an extension of time plus some other things. But we haven't yet done a lot of time on the redesign that's necessary. And we, City Council, haven't had much time to digest the change in the park layout, the effect of the settlement that happened with the Sierra Club, you know, after the public process that we were part of back in the day, 15 years ago. Is that correct?
That is correct, but you're not actually, I mean, what you are approving is a reduction in park area. You are not approving this plan tonight.
Okay. So my overall premise here is that a lot has changed since 2005. The City Council has not had a night like tonight until tonight.
That's correct.
Okay. So now in light of that, I want to ask, can we see a digestible, easy to understand map of the approved parks, locations and distribution versus the current proposed post Sierra Club settlement distribution and locations of parks? Because in the future, in the past, the public looked at it and said, are the parks in the right place? Are they the right size? Are they close enough to the homes, not too close to industrial? But we haven't had that discussion since their locations changed. So is there a graphic that shows pre and post Sierra Club settlement park locations?
I do not have that. I think this might be a question you want to ask the developer about how it's changed.
So Karen, I can send you another map, but essentially the park locations haven't changed from the original map. What has changed is on the far left where the vernal ponds wetlands areas. In the original plan, a basketball court was going to be out there, and those are the parts that we said that's now in a conservation easement that cannot be counted as open space, and that basketball court cannot be counted as a usable playground. And then in the green area, kind of right below that, the dark green area, that is being used for a retention basin. And there was a baseball field in that area. And again, so that they can't get credit for both. And so that added to the additional park open space that they needed to do and the ball field there. And so those are the two primary parcels that, as we went back, we said, you need to start paying park impact fees. That was that 51.9%. because they're paying to cover up the loss of the basketball court, the baseball field there, and the loss of that open space. They can't count it towards the development. And so it was being replaced through the impact fees, but all the other parkland locations are the same. The uses are the same, like the big green space in the middle. That's a soccer field, and playground is there, and benches and picnic tables, barbecue area. So all the other green spaces, none of those areas changed. We didn't change anything that in our discussions with them. But we can give you a map that will show you the original, and you can compare it to that.
So it sounds true that there's been millions of dollars shifted in different ways. The cost of a baseball field, the cost of a basketball court, the value of 51.9% of park fees. When I met with staff before tonight on this issue recently, it was a ballpark figure of about $7 million that 51.9% of park fees in lieu of doing the basketball court and the, I'm spacing out the other one, the
baseball field
and basketball court. So I think, don't you think it's reasonable that council understands that instead of a basketball court and a baseball field, we're getting essentially $7 million to do something else? And that it would be good for a council, don't you think, to know what that something else might be, because we want to make this community whole. If we spent that money somewhere else in the city, don't you think that would not necessarily make this community whole? They lost a basketball court and a baseball field, presumably that was sort of entitled for their quality of life. And we're changing that quality of life by not building those. So I think that council needs to sort of be the planning commission. If the planning commission didn't have public meetings to digest these planning changes that affect the people that live here and just indirectly the rest of Marina, because they'll be going into the rest of Marina to satisfy their baseball and basketball because they don't have it any longer in their development. What say will we have in the mix of for sale versus rental below market rate? Because in the staff report, it says on page 2, there's likely to be a mix of rental and for sale units to meet the affordable 20% below market rate. So if we approve everything tonight, what leverage, what strength do we have in asserting our desire in the for sale category rather than the rental category?
So I think, as I mentioned, one of the requirements for the developer, and this is an existing requirement, is before the first final map is approved, the city and the developer have to enter into a below market rate housing agreement. This is kind of the process that was in your inclusionary ordinance at the time. And that agreement will include the mix between for sale and rental. You will have to approve that agreement.
All right. And can you understand why I'm bringing this up? Because in the Dunes development and the Sea Haven development, there were major confusions, clarifications, negotiations needed when we didn't get a very solid agreement on the for sale versus rental. And so, like David Burnett said, can you, as he mentioned, isn't it reasonable that we be concerned about that now so that we don't run into a snafu later when we've already given up basically some agreement here by giving them, in our opinion, 7 years more than we necessarily have to give them? Does that seem reasonable that we discuss the for sale rental mix now when they're asking us for an extension of 7 years beyond what we're being told they are deserving legally?
You certainly can ask them for that. We did have that discussion with them. I think the real issue is that they are not prepared to give a definitive breakdown at this point, and they wanted to get through this amendment process before they invested the time and effort to figure out the financing of the affordable housing.
Yeah.
But
and-
you should ask them that.
Okay. On page 3 of the staff report, it says something that contradicts something that was in your presentation tonight. On the second dot bullet, it talks about section 2.3, and it says that the city's then current codes back in 2005, with respect to trees and fencing, will be applicable to the development. In your presentation, it said current 2022 codes respectful to trees and fencing would be applicable. That was my understanding. Can you clarify for me which way it is?
Yeah, so in the staff report where it says the city's then current codes is modifying at the time of the approval of the building permit. So whatever those codes are at that time is what will apply. And if you go to the amendment, the development agreement, which I'm scrolling through to get to, I think the language is clear that it's section 4 of the amendment. The city is entitled to apply the provisions related to trees and fencing in Marina Municipal Code Chapter 17.62 and Title 17.42 in effect at the time the developer submits applications.
Okay, great. All right. Because Marina Heights froze their impact fees at the 2005 level, when it came around 2015, we felt schnuckered, whatever, we felt taken. And we said, never again are we going to allow impact fees to be frozen so many years in the past. So tonight we're hearing, I think I heard that the developer impact fees of this project would be frozen back to the 2008 level. You know, whatever that is, 14 years ago, by the time they pulled their building.
Subject to inflationary increases.
Oh, okay. So can you explain that a little bit?
Yes. So Mayor, we did the analysis of that. We looked at like transportation, the roads and intersection impact fees. We looked at what they would be today, and we looked at what they were entitled to in 2008, plus the inflationary factor that they're required to do. And as we looked at that, they actually came out more favorable to the city. And so we are very comfortable with recommending continuing those existing fees. And we looked at all the different impact fees, and so we're actually in a good position with the impact fees, which is why we're recommending just keep the existing ones that have been now increased by the CPI over a 14 years period of time, which has been a substantial increase.
Okay, thank you. Has the Planning Commission or the City Council ever digested and understood how the Sierra Club settlement agreement with the developers or the property owners back in the day of 2008, how that impacted our vernal pools and what the give and take was? Have we ever, as a city, understood and digested how that settlement affected, changed this project?
No,
I don't have the answer to that. Yeah.
And not since at least the 9 years I've been here, we have not
Okay.
had that
Does
discussion.
it seem okay? Would it seem reasonable if City Council considered part of our due diligence, as Mayor Pro Tem was sort of indicating earlier, that the vernal pool ecosystems are going to get reasonable protection, including such things as distance from homes or other developments to the vernal pools, to give those plants and animals that rely on those pools space to do their life cycle and aren't unnecessarily or drastically affected by pets, people, etc. So would it seem reasonable that part of our due diligence addresses that issue to ensure that we don't just let the Sierra Club and developers dictate what's going on here, but that the city agrees that it's in the favor of the vernal pool ecosystems.
I believe that the city was a party to that litigation and was involved in that litigation, but I'm looking for the settlement agreement.
And
So
in
I
your-
know this is long time, long history, but I think you had that opportunity when it was
So
the
your
subject of litigation.
your gut memory, was it staff or was it planning commission? Or city council?
Well, what I'm saying, the city would have been sued as part of the suit. And unless the city turned this over just completely to the developer as the real party in interest, the city would have had a say, and presumably that would have been the city council on that lawsuit. I was not involved in the lawsuit. I don't know if your city attorney, Mr. Wellington, was involved. He might have been.
Okay.
And I think the developer, they dived into that extensively, so they may be able to answer that question a little bit more when they make their presentation.
Nasty non-native weeds. It sounds like it's getting into the details, but as I talked to staff recently, there is a plant that grows densely in this area of Marina Station that has destroyed large natural dune systems in San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. Napomo dunes, Guadalupe dunes, Vandenberg Air Force Base. Their coastal dunes have been ravaged by this grass that's getting it has a strong foothold in the Marina Station area of Del Monte Boulevard. And so it's not a small issue, although weeds are normally a pretty small issue. And so my question, and probably it's better for the developer, but when would we address this in a way where we had some teeth to get some developer commitment to keeping this in mind when they move dirt around, et cetera, because it could be, it could work in a very bad way if they weren't containing this weed as they move soil around. It could spread. It could move closer to the dunes that we want to protect just west of this project. So anyway, when would be the best time for us to have an in-depth discussion about that?
I presume that would probably come up as part of their grading permits.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Yeah, we know what that's like for the city to try to make changes to plans when the bulldozers are about ready to run. And that's something I'd be very concerned about.
Mary, Allison Hunter may be able to help us with that a little bit, because I know that the specific plan requires them, as each phase, I think that they have to submit a landscaping plan that has to be compliant with our city landscaping guidelines. And that may be at every phase, but if Allison, do you have some more information on that?
Sure, thanks, Lane. The way that I understand the development agreement right now currently is it's not strongly worded on landscaping plan requirements and submittals. Your council tonight, as you're considering these amendments, could also, I think fairly easily, Karen can correct me if I'm wrong, but add another point requiring a detailed landscape plan at the submittal of the final map for each phase that would address, ground disturbance, potentially doing ground disturbing activities not during the seed period for this particular weed, or that's definitely, pardon the pun, getting into the weeds, but a landscaping plan submittal for each phase would make sense to handle these questions, I think.
Well, I think it's an EIR question that almost assuredly was not covered in the EIR. But it can have a big impact on our environs. Enough on the comments, sorry about that. there are large berms, maybe 15 feet high of sand on both sides of Del Monte Boulevard, where the Marina Station, part of Marina Station, is located. And is it reasonable for council to understand how these large walls of sand are going to be potentially changed, graded, flattened, filled and cut and filled, because it's going to change the look of the area, the feel of the area. Is it reasonable for us to understand what's going to happen there?
Definitely. And I think the developer can give us a little help on their presentation of what their plans are. And then the question is, when does council see the final grading plans? Is that part, because the tentative map has been approved right now. And the question is the grading of those sites as well as other sites. Who does that approval, and at what part of the process does that approval come forward?
Right. Okay, so much has changed since 2005 that's why I'm spending a lot of time here. But that gets into the comments. My last question is access to the coast. Since the EIR was done back in 2005, the sand mine has closed. And Lane has taught me that the main access for the people living at this development, future Marina Station, their main access to the coast is going to be basically the CMEX closed sand mine. So my question is, with the plans today before us now, how do people get from Marina Station development, let's say residential, to the coast, to the road that goes under the Highway 1 across Lapis Road to the beach?
I don't have that map, but it would have to go the Lapis Road, that dirt road that goes back there off of like you said, it goes off of Del Monte and weaves back there. So that is outside of this land development.
Okay, so the EIR would have covered this question if the sand mine had been public property back in the day. It would have been mitigation. It could have been included as a developer amenity for the people moving in here to have access to the coast so they don't impact Reservation Road, which is oftentimes compacted with parking, etc. So the EIR would have covered the impact of this project on our existing coastal access points. And maybe a mitigation would have been, hey, there's a public access right here. Let's connect this project through developer funds to give this new housing residential community access to the beach in a more convenient way that doesn't impact the rest of the city. Is it reasonable that that line of thought might have been part of the EIR if we would have had today's circumstances back in 2005?
Yes, I think it would have been.
Okay. So those were all the questions I had. And I wasn't sure if Councilmember Burnett or Councilmember Berkeley were next.
Yes, I just have a couple of quick questions. Mr. Mayor, I know you have a stream of connected questions there, but I would ask that in the future that you give us an understanding of where you're going and how long your questioning is going to continue, because it does seem like you get extended questioning without interruption, and that we're prohibited from doing such things. But anyway, be that as it may. I do have a couple of questions.
We all have uninterrupted. You can go for as long as I go. There's no rules there.
Okay, I'll
Go
hold
ahead.
you to that.
It's been that way forever.
No, it hasn't, but anyway. So on the development agreement, Exhibit B, on the packet, it's page 42. In the development agreement, it's page 11. And it talks about, it's 2.4.7, rent and price controls.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think the last paragraph says, It's talking about, in the sentence before that, it says, policy of imposing rental or sale restrictions on residential units and or any requirements for provisions of affordable rental for sale housing or any in lieu fee, exaction, dedication, tax, or other requirement for such purposes. Then it says, no other price control, rent control, or housing affordability criteria imposed by the city through council action or by initiative or otherwise shall be applicable to the property during the period in which any contractual provisions or deed restrictions recorded against any portion of the property limiting its use, occupancy, rental, or sale based upon affordability criteria remain in effect. And that says to me that if the city should pass a rent stabilization or some form of rent control, it could never apply to this property?
As long as the affordable units that they're required to provide are deed restricted, that is correct.
So is that wording negotiable? Is there something that can be done about that? Because that there was a wonderful program on John Oliver this weekend that talked about how horrible the rental situation is in this country and how few rights renters, which are the majority of our population in the city, are subjected to unfair price gouging by landlords who want to see this as a license to print money, and they refuse to understand that housing is a right, is a human right. And so I'm very concerned that this language is in this agreement, and I could never agree to anything like that. In the preceding paragraph, 2.4.6, it says, in the event state or federal laws or regulations enacted after the effective date of this development agreement or any action by any other governmental agency other than the city prevent or preclude compliance with one or more provisions of the vested elements of this development agreement. So unless the state or the federal government enacts some kind of federal rent stabilization, there would never be an instance where the city could say, okay, look, we are in a crisis. People are living in cars and in tents and in cardboard boxes. We need to give them some kind of relief. We want these affordable units to be controlled. We want the rent to not rise, to skyrocket.
David, can you ask a question? We're still in the question.
My question is, and once again, so this language says to me, am I correct in understanding that this language says that unless the state or the federal government enacts some kind of rent stabilization, we would never have the opportunity to have rent controls or rent stabilization on this property for the affordable units?
Yeah, for as long as the affordable units are deed restricted. That is what this section 2.4.7 is saying. That is currently what is in effect right now.
So this is
if you do nothing, that remains in effect.
So this is language from the 2008 agreement, and I guess looks like it's kind of boilerplate language that was.
No, this is not well. This is an unusual clause. I cannot remember how this came about. Yeah, it is not. It's not in your other development agreements. I will tell you that.
Right.
So,
okay. So is there a possibility that this language can be modified?
We can always ask.
Okay, because I see that as a severe limitation and
questions, David. This is the time for questions.
Yes. So my question is, with this restriction in mind, this would also restrict the availability or the ability for these products, these housing products, to be to maintain their affordability in the event of a continued housing crisis.
So yes, with regard to the non-affordable units. So the below market restricted units will have covenants on them that require that they remain affordable. So it is the restricted units that we could not put a rent control ordinance. We could not make a rent control ordinance effective against.
Okay, so Lane, I would like to at some point in time talk to you, or maybe we can have a. I want to understand how you understand this particular paragraph, how it impacts on this project.
Well, and yeah, we can certainly have that discussion. We can certainly raise that issue with the developer. And as Karen said, I think that's our understanding is outside of the affordable units, that puts her, if the city, let's say, were to enact a rent control policy, and there were units that were the owners or owned, I guess, that were renting it, that would probably preclude it from that. And so your question is that something the developer would be willing to pull out that clause? Or
yeah, because if it doesn't exist, and I don't remember seeing that in either Sea Haven or in
Councilmember Burnett, it's questions here.
Yeah, the question is, I'm asking Lane, is that a language also in any of the other housing projects?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Is I don't believe it's in any of.
No, it is not.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions. I will have comments later.
Thank you, Councilmember Burnett. And let's go to Councilmember Berkeley.
Thank you. Most of my questions have been answered, actually, and Councilmember Burnett just raised the red flag that I was about to have a whole bunch of serious questions about as well. So we'll get back to that later on. I do have a question, though, about due process. I know that I can't remember the details of when we're talking about housing, that there's a limit for 5 council meetings or planning commissions. Are we limited for how many meetings we can have to approve this?
So that is a limitation that is related to approvals, not to the development agreement.
Okay.
So I don't believe it applies. It's an interesting question, but at this moment, I do not think that 5 public hearing or 5 meeting criteria applies.
Okay, thank you. And is there any rush that we have to address this evening? I believe someone said earlier that there's not something, we do not have to do this.
That is correct. I mean, we have been working on it for a while, but you certainly could continue this item.
I understand. Okay. Yes, because I still have other questions. It concerns me also that we didn't see the diagrams and the layouts that you showed us, and for me there's far too many questions right now that I need to read more and digest more information. So that's it for my questions for now. I'd really like to hear from the developer and hear what they have to say and what they have to present to us.
Can I just, I did find the settlement agreement. The city is a party to that settlement agreement, the city and the city council.
Okay.
So whenever that was entered into, I assume it was discussed.
Thank you, Karen. Given that, Lane, is there any way that we, the city council, currently can have access to those meeting minutes or tapes or anything?
Yeah, we can get you copies of all that information, and we can have some of our staff look at that and highlight some of the points that were agreed in that settlement agreement and what are the different responsibilities. So we can definitely do that.
Okay. So does council want to go to the public next, or do you want to go to the developer next and then the public?
The developer?
Developer.
Okay. Then we'll go to the public. Just kidding. All right. So let's hear from the development team, and thank you very much for being patient and doing all the work you've done with staff to get to this point tonight.
I believe we need to promote the developer, perhaps.
Okay, and who should we promote?
Elaine?
Maybe if the developer representative could raise their hand,
Yeah,
that would assist.
Dustin Bogue.
Tony Lombardo.
And Dustin could let us know who else on his team that he would want.
Dustin's coming in right now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Good evening,
Sorry
Dustin.
about that. Little technological issue there. I'm Dustin Bogue. I'm a CEO of Third Millennium Partners. I represent the landowner and actively attempting to become the developer on this project. I have a whole presentation, but after listening to that dialogue, I find myself at a point where I'm not sure it really makes a lot of sense to do this presentation. And I'm candidly a little floored at the lack of information that is there. I mean, we have been working on this for 2.5 years, and we've literally spent millions of dollars in good faith. And we have worked to overcome obstacles that we never would have seen, in addition to the obstacles that we expected to find. And so I know Tony's on this call as well. He'll probably want to say something. You know, we've made attempts to speak with some of you individually, and that has failed. So now we're at a position that we're at a city council meeting, and you guys have so many questions that, I mean, it requires effort to get to these answers. And it requires effort on your part, and it requires effort on our part. And we will stand ready to do that with transparency and honesty and a sincere attempt to move this project forward. But I will say it has become very challenging. Mayor Delgado, a number of your questions, frankly, they're not bad questions, but they're policy questions. They're procedural questions that you established, whether you or your predecessors established as a city and put in place. And to change them is akin to changing the rules of the game. It is reasonable that you have a certain amount of information, and it is incredibly disappointing that you don't. But at the same time, this is an approved project. And frankly, the DA, there's zero downside for the city for the DA. You know, without it, yeah, you probably end up with a strawberry field, to answer that question directly. The owner actually purchased the property with the intent of it being farmed, and was told by the city that you can't farm it because it's in the city and there's a specific plan in place, and we want to see this project developed. Right? So at some level, we're literally trying to process what you or your predecessors approved. We're not trying to recreate the wheel, and frankly, we're not allowed to recreate the wheel. Now, there's nips and tucks and changes that are going to occur on a daily basis with a project like this. We're really good at working with cities to solve these problems as they come up, both problems we find and problems that you need us to address. But you can't get there. So I want to meet with you guys individually. I would love to have time to just open the books and explain everything. And I find myself embarrassed and apologetic that you are at this position now, because it shouldn't happen this way. So I apologize, and I stand here ready to help in any way I can to bring you up to speed. Obviously, based on the questions and criteria, I mean, Tony needs to speak as well, but I feel like we should just continue this.
Okay, Dustin, I'm sure we have, responses to that, but let's go to Tony first to give the development team all the time they need. Tony, welcome. Good evening.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Delgado, members of the council, Anthony Lombardo. I can, I guess, briefly address two things as to the configuration of the development and the settlement agreements with the Save Our Peninsula Committee and the Sierra Club. Before Dustin and his company became involved, I spent over a year, maybe a year and a half, working on this issue because the city was a signatory to the settlement agreement. It was approved by the city, and it was approved with the specific changes to the project layout specifically defined in that settlement agreement. So the land plan that you saw tonight was the result of the settlement agreement. So there isn't, we can't change it. You know, it's a judge signed an order saying this is what this layout's going to look like. And it was agreed to by the city and the prior owners of the property and the plaintiffs in the case. And we actually met with the plaintiffs and the city staff to obtain their concurrence that this configuration met the requirements of the settlement agreement, because there's no way to go forward if there was any question about that. And we have those concurrences in writing from those parties. So somewhat similar to what Mr. Bogue was saying, this isn't what we're talking about isn't an opportunity to redesign the project, because frankly, we can't redesign it. We're bound by a judgment of the Superior Court that says this is how it's going to look, like it or not. We did also, in the initial period of discussion with the staff, have a serious disagreement about this force majeure provision. And instead of digging our heels in and saying, you know, we'll go to court and decide who's right, we worked with Lane and his staff and your outside counsel very well, I think, over the last 2.5 or so years to come up with a solution that we could live with and that they could live with. And frankly, as Dustin intimated, is not a win-win, it's a win for the city. Because I think honestly, we have a lot more time under that force majeure provision than city staff feels that we do. But we don't need to argue, but we set that aside and said, let's work towards a positive outcome instead of, throwing rocks at each other. And, if we had a list of questions, and I think, I don't know how we'd make a decision tonight. I don't even know how we answer these questions, Bruce. I don't even know what kind of weed you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know what it is. If I knew what it was, I could probably tell you if it's star thistle or whatever it is. Of course, we get, we'd be happy to get rid of that. We're not going to spread it or propagate it. But, it's hard with questions like that to answer them. I count the Councilmember Burnett who asked about the rent control issue, and I believe Karen was trying to explain that the rental inclusionary housing units are limited not by rent control, they're limited by statute as to how much you can charge rent. You can't just increase the rent because you want to increase the rent for the inclusionary housing units. So I would think, if it's possible, the best thing for us to do is get everybody's questions, or as we can get them out on the table, and then come back and try and answer them, or provide them to Lane in the next few days. If there are other ones besides ones you can think of tonight, and we'll come back and answer them to the best of our ability. But the decision here isn't get rid of the development agreement or not. The decision is, figuring out how long the development agreement is going to be extended for. As staff mentioned, they believe it's at least 3 years. We believe it's probably at least 10 years. And if we can come to an agreement and avoid that disagreement, that's, I think, a positive for everybody. So we want to answer your questions. We want to try and work with the city. But I have to say that I kind of felt, listening to this for the last couple of hours, that, I'm sure this isn't the intention, but it's like accusing us of trying to get away with something. We didn't negotiate this agreement to begin with. You didn't negotiate it to begin with. My clients bought the property subject to this. As Dustin mentioned, they're not developers. They're farmers. And the city said they didn't want this farm. They wanted developed. So we're trying to work this through, and I hope you take it in the spirit which it's being offered. And we want to make it better as best we can, but we can't make it so much better that we can't build it, or can't afford to build it, or can't have no project. So if you could tell us the questions, we'll come back and provide you the answers to the best of our ability. And then I guess you can decide whether you think it's in the city's best interest to extend it. And if it's not, then we'll go from there. You know, we'll go a different route. But I'm hoping that we can work through this positively to a positive resolution for everybody. And just tell us what your questions are or your concerns are, and we'll work with your staff to come back as soon as we can and provide those answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. And thanks for your long institutional involvement in this project. That helps a lot. Okay, Council, how about we go to public comments because they've been patient the longest, and then we come back. Is that okay? For our own comments on the developers' comments and any residual comments we have from earlier on. So let's go to Karen Anderson. Welcome back, Karen.
Thank you very much. And this has been really informative. If all I can do is ask a question, it is.
No, you can make comments and questions. It was the council that was restricted to questions.
Okay, great. It mostly is a question. I've learned how to reword things. Considering that I've only lived in Marina for 3 years, and what I've seen so far, how many times I've watched other developers repeatedly and accidentally grade away environmentally sensitive and important plants and trees. What are all of your plans? All of you guys there, you guys are in charge of it between the council, the staff, and the developer. What are all of your plans to prevent this from happening with the vernal pools and anything else that's environmentally sensitive in this development? Thank you.
Great question, Karen. Thank you. We'll answer it as soon as we get the public hearing closed, but we're still in the public hearing. Let's go to Tommy Bollea.
Hello, good evening again. I mean, every time I join a city council meeting, it sounds like a planning meeting. I don't get it. I mean, are we a planning or is this a city council meeting? I mean, these projects, every time I come and listen, there's another project. You got so many things on your plate right now. It's unbelievable. I can't believe you're starting another project. But anyways, I'm gonna start with the questions. How many rentals, percentage-wise, are renters in Marina? Just existing around approximately percentage. I guess that's one thing I would like to know. And how many rental units are on this project, all phases, when it's all built out? What's the percentage of renters? And moving along, you mentioned low income, low market housing agreements. How do those terms exactly work? Because I had a relative that lived in PG. He lived on low income, certain percentage were low income, everything was fine. And then he gets a knock on the door saying, you go back to the market rate. So I want to know in the agreement how this project's going to work. I'm low income, I qualify. Is it as long as I live there? Or is there a term, 5 years, 10 years? And the second the question on that is when I move out, does it all go to the market rate? Or does that go for another low income housing? Those are key questions how this project should move forward. And when you finish I mean, you're not going to rip the whole landar like you're doing everything on all these other projects. Are you going to start on phase 1, concentrate on that, sell it off, and then start phase 2, and so on and so forth? You're not going to rape the whole land and have it sit there for 10 years. I mean, that's not, look at what you did already to Marina. It looks like dust, wind, sand's blowing everywhere. I mean, you're talking about a weed. That's question number 4,364,000. I mean, we got other questions that are way before that. I wouldn't worry about a weed at this point. I would worry about how the fairness is going to be in the housing for low income. Does it go away when they move out, or is there a term limit? Those are key questions. And if you don't know, then we can find out what those are. And I want to see that agreement as a citizen. I'm trying to make things fair for everybody. I mean, the city council in San Francisco is proposing a property tax, an additional property tax on vacant buildings. These people are so wealthy. They have so many buildings. They keep them vacant. so they can write it off on their taxes. Kind of figuring this all out. It's making sense to me. And there's a proposition in the state right now. I think they're working on it right now that if you are one of these investors that want to get on this bandwagon and buy one of these new houses or whatever, that if you try to sell it in less than 3 years, I didn't create this proposition. Somebody else is working on it. That if you try to sell less than 3 years, then you pay an additional property tax because they don't want that flipping going on. They want to slow that down.
Tommy, please keep your comments relevant to this project.
Okay, I am. But you need to start creating things within the city that prevents this flipping or pricing people out of the housing market. Interest rates going up is key. It needs to go up and put prices back down in check. Free money for 20 years is long enough. Now look where we're at. I mean, I didn't even know where the water for this project is. I'm looking at the water report. It's 500 pages. I searched the word assume from the Marina Water Company. They use the word assume 43 times. Wait till I'm done finishing that and going to the Marina water. You have no water. Thank you.
Tommy, thank you very much. Let's go to PK Diffenbaugh. Hello, PK.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thanks for giving me a little bit of time. And I appreciate the level of scrutiny and review that you're doing to ensure that this development is the right decision for the city of Marina. I just want to share from an educator's perspective and from the school perspective how difficult it is for our families and for our teachers to live on the peninsula. We have in our district 22% of our students qualify as homeless under the McKinney-Vento Act. That's over 2,200 students. And 526 of those students live in Marina. So 526 students are considered homeless in the city of Marina. They're either doubled up, tripled up in couches, cars, you name it. It's a significant number. And the need for housing, all types of housing, especially affordable housing and low income housing, is a desperate need in the city and in our region. Secondly, we're a declining enrollment district, and unfortunately, this year we made some really tough decisions to have to close 3 schools, 2 in the city of Monterey and 1 in the city of Seaside. Olson School, which this development would feed into, when I got here in 2013-14, had 433 students. In 2021, it had 323 students. So lost 110 students in about 7 years. A school should have at least 350 students or preferably 400 at the elementary level to justify and make it financially feasible to keep the school open. Once a school gets down to the low 300s or under 300, it's very difficult to continue to operate that school without having a financial burden that takes the rest of the district. Finally, I would say that we lose 100 teachers a year, about 20% of our workforce, and the vast majority say they cannot afford to live on the peninsula, and that's the reason that they're leaving. I know there's lots of questions and they deserve to be answered. From my perspective, 272 units of affordable housing when this development is built out could potentially half the number of homeless students in Marina. It could potentially serve to have more teachers stay and be able to work in the community that they live in. And no development is going to be perfect. Lots of issues, especially when it was approved a long time ago. And so my hope is that as you continue to work forward with the same urgency in which we're reviewing the environmental reviews, we also keep in mind that over 500 students in the city of Marina tonight are homeless, and they deserve to be fully housed. And this development would take a step forward in that direction. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, PK, as always, for joining us and providing your comments. Let's go to now, Tony Lombardo, you have your hand up. Let's go to Tony, but usually as a developer, Tony, that's your bite at the apple. But let's go to Tony next. Go ahead.
Sorry, Bruce. I wasn't intentional. I didn't take it down from before.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. I always like hearing what you have to say, but thank you for clarifying that. Let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise.
Hi, thanks. My question is to go along with David Burnett's question about so my question is, I'd like to hear from Karen Tiedemann about the ins and outs of how that project affects RENA numbers, and would they even have to, if they have affordable housing already set aside, but you don't have enough housing for RENA numbers, would you have to take more? And thank you for allowing my comment.
Okay, Guido or Lane, can you write down that question so it can be answered when we're done with public comment? And let's go to Jeffrey Markham.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, absolutely.
Go ahead, Jeffrey, and thank you, Denise.
Thank you. I would like to urge the council to take the appropriate time with this and not approve anything tonight. This is a big thing. There's a lot of grandfathered in stuff, and it's a complicated issue. To Mr. Bogue, I would like to say to you that I do not appreciate your tone that you took with our city council and our staff tonight. This is something that's been on the back burner for a long time. This has been your whole life. And for you to talk to our council and our mayor in that tone does not ingrate you to the community at large as a developer. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey, for your comments. We appreciate that. Let's go to Paula Pillow. Welcome back, Paula.
Thank you, Bruce. A couple of things, and thanks to Jeffrey for saying what he just said. I feel like the council was just given a spanking, and I think that's really inappropriate. I understand that people feel frustrated, but I've been here 25 years, and we've gone through a lot of developments. Bruce, you and I have gone through a lot of this together, and inevitably it comes up when approvals are happening, amendments, new maps, et cetera, that citizens who have been here less time than that are aggrieved, and they want to know why the council can't do something about it. And the reason is because the agreements have all been executed, the maps have all been recorded, it's all done. Here's an opportunity. Maybe you can't do everything that you might want to, but the city council has not only the right, but the responsibility to look at this, see if it conforms to the vision and the values of this city and this council, and look at these agreements and see if this is really what you want to do, and can you do anything about it. If it's not, it's right to take the time to do that. So I also wanted to say, I heard PK's comments, and it is important to move ahead, but this development isn't going to be moving ahead in time to have a current impact on that situation. So it's unfortunate. It's not going to happen in the next year or two. We are going to continue to lose people. People will still be pushed into poverty and homelessness. And it's really unfortunate. We're going to continue to lose good people. And those are not always people of just low or very low income, but it's affecting the middle classes. So again, don't allow yourself to be spanked into submission here. You are within your rights, and it is your responsibility to ask these questions and to evaluate this project in all aspects that you can. You can't.
Excuse
there
me,
are many
Paula.
things you can't change.
Excuse me, Paula. I'm so sorry to do this, but let's freeze Paula at 1:54, Anita. We've gone to that witching hour. Paula, please be patient with us. We'll come right back to you. I motion that we continue to the conclusion of this item.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
We go to the conclusion of this item and we include item 11B, which is regarding the flag policy.
Okay. So be that motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Can we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, Paula, please continue. Sorry about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't really have much more to say than that. I just know that after being here years, hearing citizens who are, when I say recent, it could be in the last 10 years, complain that the council can't change something because it's an agreement. It was all work that was accomplished, locked in, locked down. So I think it is right for the council and responsible for the council to look at this. There may not be many things that you can change. I think Councilmember Burnett and Mayor Delgado have identified a couple of areas that are worth looking at. And so please do not, don't be bullied out of doing your job here. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Let's go next to Brian McCarthy. And I'm sorry, Brian, because you're on the panelist side, I couldn't move you over and I didn't see you on the, anyway. Welcome back.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm a resident. I'm also one of your planning commissioners. Am I unmuted? I think so.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
So as was mentioned, we did hear this last July. And as I recall, the discussion was really just on a 10-year extension. I don't recall a lot of the color being provided that we've heard tonight through both council and staff. I do think Councilmember Burnett appropriately points out that we're in a dramatically different economic landscape than we were in July 21. So I would expect the questions and the decisions could be different. I'm not sure I'm really smart enough to understand what some of the likely outcomes are dependent on the future of the economy, but I would like to hear a more candid conversation from both the developer and kind of the financial experts that might educate us on possible or likely outcomes depending on what the economy does, right? Like if the bottom falls out again, like it did in 2008, what's the developer likely to do? I understand you probably can't speak with any certainty, but I think that those questions could help drive the decision on whether to grant the additional 10 years. But I do want to talk real briefly also about this rent control provision. It's still confusing to me. I think I heard Councilmember Burnett suggest that it applies to all units, and then Mr. Lombardo suggests that it applied only to low income units. And so what I just want to share with council staff and the developer is that in my very small neighborhood, the developer still owns a large majority of the units. And so what that did is it creates a really interesting rent market, if you will. And I understand that that's probably not the developer's intent. And by the way, I really appreciate the developer being here, and I think they have a lot to offer the city of Marina. But I also think all of these questions that the mayor and council has brought up are valid and should be discussed. And I think time should be set aside for that discussion. I'm not sure that that's really happened. If in fact the developer can continue to own all these units and not be subject to any rent control. I mean, that's a legitimate concern, right? I mean, if I'm the developer, I crowdfund ownership of every single unit and control the rents. Again, not saying that's what the developer's intention is, but I think a legitimate question is can the developer be required to actually sell the units? Again, in my neighborhood, they weren't and they didn't. And it's created some really an interesting paradigm here. So again, I think the questions are valid. It's unfortunate. I don't think it's the developer's fault that those questions weren't answered. I think that the developer is genuinely surprised at the level of questioning and kind of the level of discussion that maybe hasn't already happened. But look, we're at where we're at. And I just really hope that the city will consider having some kind of work session or a special meeting solely dedicated to this issue, where some of these questions can be kind of hashed out, and the public can be educated, and council can be educated on what this 15-year-old project really looks like, right? Or longer. I mean, this project's been around for a long time. So I guess those are my comments. Appreciate all the questions. I know it's a late night, and I look forward to learning more about Marina Station. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. So we'll give everyone a couple moments who haven't yet spoken to raise your hand if you'd like to speak before we close public comment. Okay, we'll close public comment. And Guido, can you answer the question that came, I think it was from Denise?
Yeah, she asked about the BMR units and RENA. Yes, so absolutely we'll get credit for those. For the housing element, we get credit under the new APR when the building permit is filed, and then when the actual occupancy is given. HCD is tracking both, but when we issue the building permit, that's one of the key markers for HCD. So absolutely, we will get credit for those BMR units. So.
Okay, Guido and et al. And team, can you clarify that the no rent control provision in this developer's agreement applies to the hundreds of non-below market rate units, such that if we were to approve it tonight, we wouldn't be able to have any say over rent control on those units?
Mr. Mayor, I'll have to punt to Karen Tiedemann on that question. So.
You're muted, Karen.
Sorry about that. So the way it's written, it would apply to all rental units that are on as part of the project. But I think what Mr. Lombardo was trying to point out is that the affordable units will be restricted pursuant to a covenant that is much more restrictive than rent control.
Okay.
So the affordables will be restricted, and I don't really know if there are many more rental units beyond those. I was trying to find that, but I haven't found it.
Yeah, there was something like 400 plus rental units in your presentation, I believe.
No, 400 plus multifamily. Those are not all rentals.
Multifamily units can be for sale?
Yeah, they're condominiums.
Okay.
So there are a limited number of rentals in the project. I think there's somewhere around 250 rentals is what the current plan is.
Yeah, the 272 below market units may be 100% rental or 100% for sale.
That is so, and this is all tentative, but that is not what the current proposal is based on what we've seen. That some of the moderate income units would be for sale units.
Yes, but we don't know that. It says on the staff report it will likely be a mix. Which means,
right, and that's part of the below market rate agreement that we would negotiate. But I'm saying in terms of what information we've been provided so far, because we haven't reached this point, there would be for sale moderate income units.
Okay, so so the condo issue that you point out, the multifamily, the hundreds of multifamily, how do we know if they're going to be for sale or rented?
That will be part of a subsequent discussion with the developer, but what the developer has submitted currently is, and I thought I had it open, there's maybe 250 to 270 rentals total in the project.
Does that include the BMR?
Yes, that's total.
Okay.
So not all of the BMRs are rental. That's what I'm trying to say. The current plan is not all of the BMRs are rental.
Yeah, and it's hard for us to know that because the staff report says likely it will be a mix.
Because this isn't a detail that is part of the development agreement.
So that's why it's
So
hard for us to know at this point.
right, this is part of a subsequent agreement that will be approved by the city council in terms of how many units will be rental and how many will be ownership. This is information that the developer provided with regard to the fiscal impact study
Okay.
of their current proposed mix.
All right, thank you. Tommy asked, what are the rental percentages in Marina today? It's about 64% of the households in Marina today are rental units. Tommy asked, what's the length of your below market rate requirements? Is it 55 years, Karen?
Yes, 55 years.
Okay, so Tommy, if somebody sold in year 7 to a new family, it would still be below market rate. If they sold in year 56, then it can go to market rate, but it's a 55-year length of term, length of years that it would have to be an affordable price rental. All right, Tommy asked if phase 1 would be complete before the other phases were graded, or is the plan to grade all phases and then wait until the market, et cetera, circumstances are appropriate to vertically, progress with the construction in the latter phases?
I don't think we have the answer to that question. I don't think the final phasing, there are 8 phases, but the order of those phases is not determined.
Okay. Tony asked if you could see the agreement. Tony, it's in our agenda packet tonight. So yes, you can see the development agreement we've been talking about approving tonight. Whether we approve it or not, it's available for public scrutiny. PK had mostly comments, and we appreciate those. Brian asks, how do we adjust for economic changes? How do we have a discussion about economic changes going on and how that might reflect this? I'm doing my best to represent Brian's inquiry. But Lane, you heard him speak as well. Can you respond to that?
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what he meant as far as adjusting to economic changes, what that means. Homes, types of homes, the retail mix, the light industrial, the commercial mix. I was a little unclear on that. But what I can say, and this is kind of our baseline that we're operating on, is we have an approved specific plan, and that's kind of what we're following. We have an approved development agreement. We have all these other agreements, and one option for the developer is don't negotiate any changes in the development agreement, and then we have a discussion on force majeure, and Mr. Lombardo kind of said they think that force majeure adds on 10 years. We don't believe that. And so with the framework that we've been working on is the developer can say, we have everything approved. We're going to submit an application and move forward. We don't want to do that just because there are definitely some tweaks that we've talked to the staff in. And as the council has brought up, there definitely are some potential tweaks and certainly a lot of questions that we need to engage and help the public understand. From an economic standpoint, and I haven't read the whole fiscal impact study. We just got it from Debbie Kern, but as she looked at all the impacts, expenditure impacts on the city versus all the revenue impacts, when the project is completely built out, it will generate an additional $1.7 million for the general fund. On the first year when it starts developing, it says it will start generating a positive cash flow of $600,000 to the general fund. So when you look at that economic, and from that economic standpoint, this project is going to bring additional dollars to the general fund, significant additional dollars to the general fund. The project, as PK was pointing out, if it doesn't move forward, we will lose 274 affordable homes that will come to our market. And so from an economic impact on the lower end, and the very low and the moderate income people, it has a positive impact of providing 274 additional homes like that. And so I think there's a lot of good positive impacts. We're trying to understand some of the negative impacts from the development and get everyone up to speed on the project. Maybe Dustin came across maybe a little strong, but I can say we've had really good discussions with them over the months and trying to understand the city needs. And this really is our first shot in front of the council and the public to understand your questions and your needs. And I was trying to think of what is the appropriate next step in the forum, and maybe next step would be to have maybe a work session with the council, and maybe even live if you want to, or maybe have an open house ahead of time where we can kind of show some pictures, because you'd had questions about the maps. What does the park look like before? What do they look like now? What are they required to build in the new parks? And so I'm trying to synthesize everything and answer your questions and still figure out next steps here.
Thank you, Lane. Okay, let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and be quick due to the late hour. First of all, I apologize for using the word rent control. Rent control is illegal in California under Costa-Hawkins. The proper terminology is rent stabilization. So let's all strike rent control out of our vocabulary in California and use rent stabilization. Second thing, BMR, the below market rate housing, is already controlled. It's already set aside. It's already rigidly set up. So we don't need to worry about whether or not we can apply rent stabilization to that. It's already, as Karen rightly pointed out, it's already controlled and severely restricted. The other point I wanted to make was, so any home that's sold, unless there's some HOA requirement that they can be rented out. So that's the issue for me, is that if you've got these condos or single family homes that are then rented out, and the city has implemented rent stabilization, then that should apply to those homes or whatever is being rented out. And so this language needs to be removed, because it does apply to the BMR is already taken care of. Don't worry about BMR. Okay, it's the homes that are the buildings that are rented out that can be at any level, that so-called market rate, which is set by whatever the landlord wants to set. So I just wanted to get those quickly points out there. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
David covered a lot of what I wanted to get to, but there is something else that I want to point out, which is that many of us feel an incredible urgency to do something, to put people in houses and to take care of just the horrific situation that we see occurring. But the reality is, these houses will not be built for another 5 or 10 years? They're not going to be the first houses that are going to be built. So I'm okay with us taking the time that we need to really look at this and think it through. And so I just wanted to put this in the context of timelines here, because it will be, when is the earliest that these houses will be on the market, the below market rate and the affordable housing? 10 years? Lane, do you have an answer for that? Or does the developer have an answer for that?
Yeah, sorry to jump in, but the intent was to be under construction in 2024, delivering homes in 2024.
Right.
And with the intent of doing an inclusionary housing program, not a set aside of units someplace, they would be built, 1 in 5 would be inclusionary as it went.
So 1 in 5. So for 270 houses to be built, those won't all be available on the market until probably minimum 5-10 years. Did I do my math correctly on that?
Well, I would say, yeah, I mean, it's hard to figure out, but you're going to have, in every 5 homes, you're going to have one affordable of those 3 types, whether it's for sale or rental. And that's certainly a discussion point that we're willing to have. But you're going to have it as you go. If you wanted to set it aside in a separate segment that could start immediately, you can do that. But we thought we were making the right call with an inclusionary process as opposed to a set aside process. So we're
Right.
open to discuss that.
Right. No, I agree with that process. It was just my point for those of us here on council who are trying to address housing issues to recognize it's still multiple years. So it's not like suddenly there's 270 homes and suddenly we're going to put families into houses within the next year. I mean, this is a longer term project. So that was my only thing that I wanted to point out for the moment. Thank you.
All right. And Dustin, while we have you back, thanks for answering some of this question. I realized that I did not answer a question that came from one of the public, Karen Anderson, who asked, who is responsible for the vernal pool protection and how can we keep harm to the vernal pools from happening in the long run?
Yeah, it's a great question. And candidly, I live here, so it's important to me as well. The reality is we are regulated, if that's the right word, but we have a settlement document that we need to live up to, and we would apply a land manager or an easement manager and provide an endowment to fund it in perpetuity so that it is maintained and there's an adequate supply of capital to maintain it in perpetuity.
So is there an HOA that oversees this, or is it the city that would oversee this in 20 years from now?
No, it would be an agency like Big Sur Land Trust or somebody like that. I pull that name out unqualified. I just chose one that you would recognize.
Right. So who is going to oversee the Big Sur Land Trust that they're doing appropriate actions to protect the pools?
Well, in theory, it would be I don't know. I mean, it'd be a tough call to find somebody with greater capability than them.
Okay. So it sounds like Lane, switching from Dustin to Lane, it sounds like the city, Lane.
Yeah, because you'd have someone, you have the endowment set up with someone, you'd have a land manager. So yeah, that's something we could definitely talk about.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Bollea, so she's not always waiting to be last. Go ahead, Kathy.
Oh, I don't mind. Gotten used to it now. I was disappointed when Dustin said that he had a presentation and he decided not to show it. I think that there seems to be a real disconnect with the process that happened. I mean, pretty much with the exception of David Burnett and maybe Bruce, has seen some of the overall picture of this development. I've heard it for a long time, but I've only been on council for 1.5 years. And so this map is pretty much the first time I've seen anything really concretely about this. And so we are asked to make judgments about the development agreement only. And so we dive into this based on that, and we get into the details of it. And it sounds to Dustin as though it's an overall criticism of the project. And so we started off, I think, with a big disconnect. And I don't think that it's something that we should see as we're now on opposite sides of each other. I think that, some of the things that we've talked about, I don't think that they have to be major deterrents, that, things like the paragraph that Councilman member Burnett talked about. If it's not in other agreements, does that seem like such a big thing to take it out, for example? Or the issues of the wetlands. I think now that we see that the city could be the overseers, that shouldn't be a problem then. And so it just feels like there are things that we need to include a landscaping plan. We already know we're going to negotiate the affordable housing agreement. That's all sort of part of this. And I hope that we don't see these as now such huge obstacles that we start off on the wrong foot with each other, because ultimately these projects work best if we see each other as partners and not adversaries to each other. And so I hope that, as Lane said, we should have a study session. I know it feels that to the developer that we're going backwards, we're going down to 101 when we should be just talking about the development agreement. But I don't think that's reasonable to expect that we would approve something without understanding the big picture. And we didn't have the big picture. And so I would like to see your presentation, probably not tonight because it's already getting late, but a study session with that kind of beginning, I think is going to be very important to us. And that's all I'd like to say at this point. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado. Thank you, council members, for your thoughtful considerations. And thank you, property owner Dustin. I just want to say that while we do appreciate the deep dive, Mr. Dustin, understand that so many of us are new here. So there is a lot of historical context here, and in the end, what I see and understanding what Karen Tiedemann has presented to us is we're talking about an extension to your agreement. But I think we just have to go through this process, bear with us so that we can be as transparent. That is one of the things that we've pledged to understand, because at the very end, people might come out of the woodwork and we have to do our due diligence, understand that. So we look at you, as Kathy, Mayor Pro Tem says, as a partner. So just, bear with us and understand some of us, like myself, are new to this process. I live near where this is going to happen, and I've known that this is going to happen for many years. And it's quite frustrating to me that we have held up so many projects in our city because of Marina Station. Case in point, a bathroom in a park. A bathroom at Windy Hill Park has been delayed. My kids are 13 now. I used to take my kids to the park with a porta potty because there's no bathrooms there. And it was because Marina Station's coming. I wanted a crosswalk and actually a stop sign. I'm sorry, a stoplight. And it was like, no, can't have it because Marina Station's going to do it. Everything about traffic, so many things we've hung our hat on because of Marina Station. So just understand our city's progress has held so much promise with what you're planning to do for us. In a lot of ways, we just have to make sure that we're as diligent as possible. We look forward to working. I look forward to working for you. I look forward to the promise of the realization of
Sorry, Christina, you froze when you said you look forward to the realization.
Okay, I'm gonna turn my camera off. Okay. So that being said, we look forward to so much promise, and you are a partner with us. So while I do appreciate, we did go into the weeds. We went into a deep dive with you. We went into the weeds. As Karen Tiedemann says about an extension, and the courts have already set what we can negotiate. And I would like to see a copy of that negotiated settlement agreement. And also a couple other things is, I just want to put it out there. I've been a little remiss about how our council has characterized landlords. We went through this in the redistricting process, characterizing in some cases villainizing landlords. I am a landlord, and below market, I have kept our rates way below to the point where we're not making any money in this market that we should be. So we are not in a position to solve the world's problems with affordable housing. We have Preston Park, we have Abrams Park, we have people who are small landlords that we have to not villainize, and know that AB 1482, landlords are allowed annual rent increases of 5%. This was passed by your legislature in 2019, and it's up to 10%, but based on inflation. And if you recognize inflation occurred at a rate of 8% in March, we have market forces outside of our control. I just want to make that point that, we cannot get into the business of telling. I don't think it is at the heart of what we should be doing is telling others what they can charge. They earn their money, and people can afford what they can afford, and we can do our part, which I believe we're doing with Abrams and Preston Park. Next point I want to make is that when we talk about this development, oftentimes developers build the most profitable first. Is it possible to have inclusionary housing built first? That might be something that can offset some of our concerns about this statewide problem that we're having with costs of housing. And I appreciate PK Diffenbaugh being on this call, because if we look at the trend of what's happening across our schools, Marina is where the growth is and will help the districts sustain itself. So I just want to put it out there, my points being that, we can't solve all of the problems of our housing. Most definitely we can do it smartly and with help, working hand in hand with the developers. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Christina. And while it is a fact that Marina is growing, there was a 2016 school district consultant report provided in 2016 to the board of directors of the school district that in 2026, Marina would have a little bit less, a small number less of high school students in 2026 than they did in 2016, assuming the growth that was Marina Station, the Dunes, Sea Haven, etc. So we are growing, but even as we are growing, PK is letting us know that our numbers are down at Olson, 100 students, 110 students. So we're growing, but it doesn't mean that our school population is growing, partly because of high home prices. I wanted to say that Dustin, thank you for being here. Dustin, our developer tonight, talked about transparency. And on our end, Dustin, that means public meetings, planning commission, public, city council, public. This is the first time the city council and the public have joined in having these discussions with you tonight. So what you saw tonight is part of the transparency. If staff and developer work for the last couple of years to come up with a package to show us, that's not yet fully transparent until it goes through the process that you're witnessing tonight. Tony Lombardo, your legal representation, mentioned that settlement language can't be changed, but I'm not sure that that's true. I think that some of the settlement language can't be changed, but maybe other language can, or maybe some language in the development agreement that doesn't affect the settlement language could be changed, such as removal of the no rent stabilization on all of the rentals within the 1,200 units. Perhaps that could be changed in the development agreement text without affecting or torpedoing the settlement language with the Sierra Club, the city, and the courts. So as others have said tonight, we're beginning our due diligence. We're trying to understand what are we being asked to agree to and what has changed since the last time the public and the city council transparently addressed this project back in 2008 when the settlement was consummated. Since 2005, the EIR was done, the environmental impact report. So circumstances on the ground have changed. I won't repeat, the litany of changes that we've talked about in our question period. But it seems logical that before we agree to an extension that's discretionary, we are trying to understand what we're agreeing to, because we've learned from, I'll just say, poorly agreed to projects in the past. We've learned that the city has made mistakes at Marina Heights and the Dunes, Marina Heights now referred to as Sea Haven, that we promised ourselves we wouldn't make again. And it seems that there are some of those similar mistakes raising their heads tonight. And we just want to make sure that we don't look back on this project and say, darn it, we did it a third time. We didn't learn from the first two times. And maybe there's nothing we can do to improve this project. Maybe there are some things we can do to improve this project. But until we go through this transparent public process that we've started tonight, even though it seems like we've been doing this for 2 decades, it is a new beginning in some regards, because we've been shown some language and some ideas and some concepts and some agreement language tonight. It's the first time. So in some ways, tonight was a first look at some important aspects of this partnership. Okay, so I'll make a motion that we continue this discussion and let staff decide on what they want to propose as far as the next step, whether it be a workshop or something like that, where the public and the council can relax a little bit and discuss these items and questions that have come up, and that council be given a chance to provide questions for that subsequent discussion format.
I'll second.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions or comments before we go to a vote? Lane, go ahead. City Manager Lane Long.
I have a question for our city attorney. So this was a public hearing. I don't recall that we closed the public hearing. And so on one avenue, do we need to continue the public hearing? And if we continue to another date, are we still able to have in between that, if we want to have a work session or study session, are we able to do that and still continue the public hearing?
We have Heidi on the line.
There you. So if you want to continue this so we don't have to renotice, I think we need to set a specific date for continuing the public hearing. Or we can just put it on every agenda until we get there.
Yeah, we did notice the item in the newspaper, Lane.
So Karen, if we continued it, say, to the second meeting in July 19th, would we still be able to have a study meeting in between?
Yes. So we could continue the public hearing to July 19th, and then we could have a separate study session that is not an action item. If we wanted to take action on the development agreement before then, we'd have to renotice.
Let's let Rob Wellington, our city attorney, weigh in.
Yeah, I was just sorry I was late on the uptake. I agree with Karen. I think you can continue the matter and have a study session in the meantime. As long as it's not an action item, you need an action item in order to deal with it one way or the other.
Okay, so I'll restate my motion for clarity. We'll continue this meeting and the public hearing to July 19th and allow staff to propose until then, and at that point, how we're going to address the various questions and ideas that came up tonight, and that council will be encouraged to send their questions in to be able to be addressed by the developer and our staff. So second hold.
Second holds.
Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
No, I think you addressed it. My question was make sure that we have a opportunity to field our questions as the developer and applicant had provided means to do.
Okay. So now we'll go to a vote, and I don't see any other hands up. Can we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. So next we're going to go to the pride flag, but I wanted to ask Lane if we also need to go to the contract with our potential future city attorney tonight.
It would be great if we could get to it. It's not
Okay,
essential.
I'll motion that we continue tonight until we cover the pride issue and the potential future city attorney issue.
Second.
We have a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. That motion passes 5-0. Thanks, everybody. So let's proceed. Lane, Guido, with the pride flag item. And thank you, Lisa, for catching that earlier. Make sure we covered that tonight because June isn't much left of this month.
Right. So I think Guido will handle that.
Sure. I wasn't expected, but I could certainly take a crack at it, Mr. City Manager. So what I did is I reached out to several cities and perused the various policies, took some staff reports from San Luis Obispo, Gilroy, City of Santa Clara, and tried to put it in a cogent memo and a policy, which the city attorney then edited and verified all the legal citations were correct, which he did, and then actually added additional verbiage. Basically, and the city attorney can chime in about the legalese, but basically the flag is considered government speech, and the city has some parameters by which to regulate it, and that policy and those procedures are laid out in the draft policy before you. And besides that, I'm not an attorney and it's outside of my wheelhouse, so I would pass it off to the attorneys. I was here merely to support the council to help push this policy along. So,
Sure.
Thank you, Guido. Well done.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I can just jump in and I really appreciate Guido and his staff because they just jumped on it really quick and pulled up some good models of cities that we were very comfortable with. And so the real issue is the council has a desire to approve a resolution for raising a commemorative flag, a pride flag. But in order to do that, our attorneys have advised us that it's appropriate to have a flag policy first in place because of this government speech and free speech issue. And we did not want to take the city down a path of having lawsuits filed against us and just stirring up a lot of commotion within our community. And so the direction from our legal counsel was let's get a flag policy established first. And so we're pretty comfortable with that. It doesn't go into a lot of specific detail on procedures, but it essentially adopts a flag policy and gives the council the ability under government speech within the values of our community to make decisions as a council to raise commemorative flags. And we're very comfortable with that from a legal end, and Rob can jump in on that point. And the issue with the pride flag would be a decision after you adopt the flag ordinance to do the commemorative pride flag, and then at some point down the road, the council has the ability within this flag policy to look at other commemorative flags if you so choose down the road, or you can say we're just going to stick with this. And I'll turn over to Rob, make sure we got legally covered.
Yeah, I think Lane was correct with regard to his description of the issue, and I'd like to say that the staff report that Guido prepared and that was worked on also by Bob Rathy contains a lot of detail, but you'll find 2 or 3 sentences that narrow it down with regard to the issue of the importance of having a policy that allows the city and the city council to be in control of what the otherwise public forum process is that allows you to consider this flag and other flags under this policy in the future, and without the worry of litigation by folks who might be dissatisfied with the message being sent. So it puts a lot of discretion in the council and the city, and the policy makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Rob and Lane and Guido. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Yala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say that these policy, the flag policy is very good, and so is the resolution. And I hope we don't have a lot of debate on this. I only have one small addition on the flag policy, is that, and that's Exhibit A, that we say consistent commemorative flags shall be displayed at city facilities, so that we don't decide one flagpole flies the gay pride flag and the other one has the POW, that it needs to be consistent, that we have the same exact flags flying at any given time. So just to add, a consistent commemorative flag shall be displayed at city. And when we get to the motion of the resolution, I would like it to be not just for the remainder of the month of June 2022, but to include that it will be at and every year after that for the duration of Gay Pride Month. And those are my 2 comments.
Okay, so I would like to turn over to Lisa to make the motion. She's kind of championed it to this point. And Lisa, I'd like you to consider another amendment besides Kathy's to maybe go a little bit longer into July, since we're short shrifting June this year. So Kathy was mentioning future years and I'm mentioning this year.
I will accept that friendly amendment for this year, that we go for a full month from tomorrow until the month of July. What would that be? July 22nd then?
Well, just one moment. We don't have a motion on the floor. We're kind of building it and then handing it off to you to state it and make it what you want it to be.
Very good. Okay. Christy, so, okay, I accept that. I will include that in the motion.
And
Let's go. Just got her hand up.
But will you also accept the and every year after also?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, now we go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen. Thanks for being patient.
No problem. Can we also add some language that says and or when council deems appropriate? Just because I'm thinking scenarios in the future that we may need to show solidarity to our groups that we choose to support. My mind goes to, like, for example, perhaps God forbid it happens, but perhaps like a mass shooting where LGBTQ community is targeted and it's not within our month. So I would just like some language that gives us a little discretion to fly what we want when we want it.
I don't have a problem with that. I think that's a good point, actually. Unfortunately, we live in a world where we have targeted killings based on people's gender, people's race, people's ethnicity. So I'm very good with that, actually.
All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Bollea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that's covered already in the policy, because it says whereby the city honors or commemorates the date, event, cause, nation, or people by flying the flag. So it sounds like it's trying to cover many different things.
Okay, so I'd like to ask,
with a special date, historical event, cause, nation, or group of people whereby the city honors or commemorates the date, event, cause, nation, or people by flying the flag.
all right, Kathy, thanks for pointing that out. That's really important. Rob, our city attorney, so if unfortunately there was an anti-Asian act of violence and we wanted to respond in some way in the future, could we put up some kind of a pro-Asian support flag with the language we have today?
Yes, I think the Mayor Pro Tem is correct with regard to that language. It gives you broad discretion, gives the council broad discretion to act on any of these instances that are brought before the council and that you approve.
Let's go to Councilmember Burnett.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that it was already covered. Usually when you have policies like this, there are provisions for individual events or occurrences. So upon reading the ordinance, that's kind of standard language. So it was already baked in. Thank you.
So Lisa, if you would like to make a motion, then we'll go to public comment.
Sure.
I'm sorry, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Yeah, and I want to also add in the word consistent commemorative flags shall be displayed at city facilities, just so that we're not flying some on one and a different set on another. So if we vote on it, it goes on all of the flags that the city has jurisdiction over.
So Councilmember Berkeley, we had two items. We hoped you would include what Kathy just said, and then maybe extending this into July.
Okay, Kathy, I don't, where?
Okay, on page 7 on Exhibit A, this is the actual policy. And it's the third paragraph down. It starts with commemorative flags. And all I want to do is add consistent commemorative flags shall be displayed at the city facilities.
Okay. I don't see it. I'm having trouble finding it, but I
Exhibit A, it's after the
oh, Exhibit A, okay, and sorry, commemorative, so consistent commemorative flags?
Yes, shall be displayed.
Okay. So there are two things that then we're talking about. We're having the consistent and then the time for June of 2022. Did I miss?
Right.
Yes.
But I think the June of 2022 will be an amendment to the second resolution. But the first resolution is the policy that you're looking at right now with Kathy. And there's only one change you need to make to that one, and that's Kathy's.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we adopt resolution 2022 to be decided, adopting the City of Marina flagpole policy with the amendment that on the third paragraph of Exhibit A in our packet, that it should read consistent commemorative flags shall be displayed at city facilities only upon city council's discretion, consistent with the city's vision, mission, and ongoing and strategic priorities.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Now we go to comments. Mayor Pro Tem Biala, your hand is up.
Yeah, so the ones with the duration of the flag being raised, that's another motion, or was that included in the one that she just said? I forgot.
For 2022, it will be the second resolution, but for a default every year that's looking forward, I don't know the answer to your question.
That's the second resolution. That's the second resolution covers that issue about the pride flag.
Right.
And it looks like the second resolution regards only 2022, not 2023.
But we'll make the amendment to that and ongoing, what was it, the phraseology?
And every year after that for the duration of Gay Pride Month.
Okay, well, doesn't it seem like that overall forever type of thing should be in the amendment we're considering now? Not just specific to 2022, which is the next resolution?
But one is about the flag policy is just about the flags, the relationship to the flagpole and what type of flag can be.
Got it. Okay, right. Not pride specific. Okay. All right. I appreciate that education. Do you agree, Rob, with what Lisa just explained?
Yes, you've got two separate resolutions, and I think you've been discussing both of them, and I don't think it would be beyond the pale if you want to have a second motion to approve that second resolution and take them both under advisement at the same time.
Let's do one at a time.
Okay.
All right.
We're almost done with the first one. So if everyone's.
Yeah. So we can call for the vote now, right?
I just want to make a brief comment that I want to thank Brian McCarthy. He worked really hard on this and contacted probably all of us, provided documents. He did a lot of research, provided documents to staff, what other cities have passed and what their policies are. And I just appreciate that effort coming from any resident, anytime. But thank you, Brian. Okay, Kathy, your hand is up. Did you have comments at this time?
No, I do want to, well, oh, okay, yeah, I do. On the motion has been made and seconded. Yes, okay, so discussion. So just want to make sure that the owners of the Jack in the Box, we have learned through this process that flagpole is not the property of Jack in the Box. And so I think that when people look at that flag, and let's say they see the gay pride flag, they will assume, as many of us did, that that flagpole is a statement for Jack in the Box. So as long as we at least show them the policies that we approve, because you know, I think that's a courtesy thing for them. Because the general public may, and probably likely, misconstrue that as the property of Jack in the Box. So we should just, out of courtesy, give them the policies that we have approved today.
Elaine, you know, their managers, even their owners might change over time. So how do we address what Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting?
So we are trying to recreate that history and understand that we're still searching for the original agreements. And so we don't have that yet, but we're still working on it. Now I wanted to clarify the motion from the council because our thought was we just have the one pride flag that Councilmember Berkeley had purchased, and we're going to put it here at City Hall. We have some logistical problems with that flag down there at Jack in the Box. And so the intent was that we're going to put two flags up. Number one, someone needs to buy a second flag, but we have some problems there that it has a metal structure on it that if those flags get lowered down to half mast, the pride flag would come off if it's on there. And so logistically, we have some things to work out. We need to find out those original agreements. And so what we're thinking on our end is until we get that worked out, we're just focusing on the flagpole here at the City Hall facilities. And we're going to continue to work on Jack in the Box and clear up that whole situation with that flag down there. And then come back to council maybe with some suggestions on what to do with that flagpole down there.
Lane, would it be a problem logistically once we have the second flag, to just put it up? And if we have a half-mast situation in the next 30 days, take it down?
Yeah, we could certainly do that. If council's clearly understood that and everyone is fine with that, yeah, we could do that. And Brian would have to go down there and check, but I think we could put on the clips that we need to on that flagpole down there.
Let's be nice to each other throughout the nation for the next 30 days at least, so we can leave that. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen and then back to the Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want some clarification. Is this flagpole or this flag policy just limited to our city facilities? I mean, because we're talking Jack in the Box. And then the second thing that came to mind is, and I am a free speech advocate, what about flags that denote hate, like the Confederate flag or others? Do we have any on those?
Yeah, so that'll be a whole different discussion. And because that becomes free speech. So what our policy allows is the council under government speech to make decisions on commemorative flags that are consistent with our vision and mission and strategic goals of the city. And so where it's different is under free speech, if you have a public forum and let's say we put up a city flagpole and say this is going to be a public forum flagpole, then anyone can put a flag up there, whether it be Confederate flag, whether it be hate flag, shouldn't say hate flag, but it opens up to free speech, and that is not our flag policy. It keeps the control of government speech within council, and that's another decision if we want to put up a flagpole and make it open for open public forum and free speech, but that's not what we have tonight.
You're muted, Christina, but I think you said okay. Thank you.
Oh, Bruce, now you're muted.
All right, Lisa, you have your motion already, or has it been
Yes,
made?
we have the motion, and Who seconded it? Was it you who seconded it?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen did.
Right.
All right, let's go to public comment. Give everyone a couple of moments. If you want to raise your hand to speak, please do so. Everyone fell asleep. Okay, in a couple of moments, we're going to close public comments. Okay, let's close public comment. Come back for a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, that motion passed unanimously. Thanks, everybody. Does that have anything to do with it?
I'd like to make a second motion, and that is that we adopt resolution number 2022 decided approving the flag of the Rainbow Pride flag at City Hall throughout the remainder of the month of June 22 and going into July 22nd, 2023. So it is up for a month as further recognition of June 22nd and every year after as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer plus, LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the city of Marina. And I need to make an amendment to what I just said because I put the and every year after the wrong June 22nd. So I will restate that. Consider adopting resolution number 2022 to be decided, approving the flying of the Rainbow Pride flag at City Hall throughout the remainder of the month of June 2022 until July 22nd, 2022, and every year thereafter commemorating June 2022 and every year thereafter, or
Second.
Every year after, as lesbian, gay, bisexual, etc. So that's the motion, and it sounds like David just seconded it.
Yes.
So it'll be written up such that this year it goes for a month starting tomorrow, but in future years, it covers the month of June.
Correct.
All right, let's go to the, Christina, your hand is up. Do you have input at this time?
And so can we make comments on this now?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yes, after the motion, you can make brief comments, so now would be appropriate.
Okay, I actually have a whole thing I was going to share and read, but I'm going to, since we're going into our next council meeting, I will postpone it so that we can all get to sleep at a relatively reasonable hour. But what I would like to say is also thank, as you did, Mr. Mayor, Brian McCarthy, for his ongoing conversation. I hadn't realized, thanks to Brown Act, I guess, that he had been speaking with other council members in further depth. And so I'm excited that we're all here and in agreement on this. And thank you, Brian, for the work that you've done. And this is, I think, the second or third year that we've been trying to get this accomplished. So it's kind of exciting that it's actually done. And while it is a flag, as I said earlier this evening, it really is just a symbol of diversity and multicolors and reflecting all people in all walks of life. And it is just a symbol, and it's a drop in the bucket, but an important one for moving forward in how we treat human beings with dignity and respect and care. So more to say at our next meeting, and I hope everyone can join us tomorrow for light refreshments and flag raising at 4 o'clock at City Hall. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lisa. And thank you, Brian, for really working us. So we open up to the public comment now. Anyone wish to speak, please raise your hand. Let's go to Elizabeth Fisher. Hello, Elizabeth, good evening.
So good evening, everybody. Sorry, I couldn't find my little hand earlier. I simply wanted to say thank you for everyone who has worked on this. I'm looking forward to seeing those flags here in Marina. I probably cannot make it tomorrow, but I wish you a very good flag raising. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. I've been to your house several times the last week and you're never home. All right, let's go to Brian McCarthy.
Members of the council, I feel like I'm being encouraged to speak. I just want to say that this is a great step to show the rest of the city what we know, and that is that we're an incredibly diverse city. I never cease to be amazed at the scope of diversity that we have in the city. And so I think this is just such a great start in reflecting that. And I'm very proud of the decision that's been made today. Thank you so much.
We'll give everyone a couple moments to raise your hand and speak if you haven't yet. Okay, we will close public comment and not to in any way minimalize what Brian just said. If you go to our Sunday farmers market, you will see a lot of the diversity in our vendors and our customers, and it's a great cosmopolitan experience, similar to what Brian just said. Never ceases to amaze me how wonderful our farmers market is in that regard, along with other regards. All right, not seeing any commenters. Let's go to a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thanks again to staff for picking this ball up and doing such a good job with it, particularly Guido and Lane. Okay, so now we move to the 11A item, which regards a potential future city attorney, Lane or Rob.
I'll try to be a little quicker on this, but this really is, I think, a chance really for the council and our staff and the public again to express appreciation to Rob and his firm that has guided our city for 45 years, and they have kept us out of major lawsuits and legal exposure. And my 9 years of working with Rob and Bob and Deb and George and everyone in their firm, they have been incredibly not professional and proficient, but they are just amazing people, and they care deeply about Marina. They care deeply about our staff and doing what is best for our city. And I don't know if my career that I've worked with a firm and city attorneys that have served our city so well. And so on the personal end, before we bring an interim contractor, really want to express our appreciation to Rob and his firm. And it's too bad Bob Brathy couldn't be here, but I appreciate that, and I appreciate our friendship. You'll be missed. And with that said, we have before you a resolution to approve as our new interim city attorney, Heidi Quinn. And she works with the firm Nolan, Hammerly, Etten and Haas. Hope I got that right. And again, this is just for an interim basis. We will still go out with a full RFP, and council will have an opportunity to select a full-time city attorney. We'll go through a process on that, but this is on an interim basis to get a new city attorney on board, because as Rob mentioned, they gave us notice a while back, and they've been very patient as we've been with our workload and trying to get a firm on board, and this kind of fill the gap until we can get a full-time city attorney. With Heidi, I've had the chance to meet with her and talk with her and talk with other people, and she lives here in our city, and she has an impeccable record. She was the assistant city attorney with Pacific Grove for 15 years, and we'll give the opportunity for Heidi because really the council really hasn't had a chance to meet with Heidi, and so essentially we're recommending that you approve the agreement with her firm, and she would be serving as interim attorney. And with that, kind of turn it over to Heidi a little bit to introduce yourself and tell us about your firm and anything you'd want to tell us.
That's a pretty open invitation. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I know that you've had a long evening tonight, so I'm happy to answer any other questions. But as Lane said, I have been in the municipal arena for some time. I have had the opportunity and fortune to work with Mr. Wellington and Mr. Rathie and Deb Mall in the past. So these are very big shoes to fill, even on an interim basis. But I am a proud citizen of Marina, resident, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Great, Heidi. I have a question for you. I appreciate, first of all, that you attended a few of our council meetings. This is like a typical length of time. They're very long, usually. And my question is, given what you've seen of our city council meetings, are they fairly typical of other city council meetings that you've seen?
It's very typical of Pacific Grove. I had a lot of long nights, so I was in this one for the long haul because it's just not unusual. You have a very involved constituency that care about the issues. You have a lot of development going on and people are concerned and want to ask questions. So I think it's fairly typical.
All right, thank you. And welcome aboard. We're really excited and fortunate to have you join Lane and try to continue where Rob and all have left off. Thank you, Heidi. And let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen and then Mayor Pro Tem Bollea.
Welcome, Heidi. We're very excited to have you, and you do have some big shoes to fill. Whose district do you live in?
Shouldn't I keep that confidential? I don't want to play favorites or anything.
You'll find out soon enough.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Bollea.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Rob, and to give our regards to Bob Rathie also. And I would love to see a before and after picture of you. I only know you as you look today, but I can't even imagine what you looked 45 years ago when you were serving us.
You look the same. You look the same.
And welcome, Heidi. I'm so excited that you actually live in Marina because so much of our decisions and so much of what is happening here, sometimes it's hard to even imagine unless you're living and breathing it as along with all of us here. So I'm so happy, and I feel sorry when I think that Allison joined us from Pacific Grove and you were in Pacific Grove. They're not going to like us too much after this. But anyway, thank you and welcome.
All right, Kathy. And Rob, you were muted, but you were saying something just a moment ago.
Well, Kathy asked about the changes in me over these 47 years. I'd have to say they're less with me than they are the changes I've seen in the city. The changes and the growth of the city has been astounding, and I'm so happy to see where the city's going, and I'm so pleased that Heidi is stepping into this role. She and her firm are very, very well qualified.
Great, Rob. Thank you. All right, let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen. I'm so sorry, Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Thank you. Everyone has pretty much said the main things that I was also going to say, which is, Rob, thank you so much for all of the work and care and heart you have put into our city. And of course, we've already said our thank you to Bob, but if you can also pass that on to him. You have been a force to be reckoned with in our city, so thank you for everything you've done. And welcome, Heidi. I look forward to working with you. Unfortunately, I'll be off council in November, December, depending upon when the election is certified. But I'm looking forward to working with you for the short time that we're here.
Thank you, Lisa. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate you giving me some very sound advice when I joined Planning Commission early on. And that was just to try and stay awake. So I appreciate all these years, and you've been a great city attorney. And Heidi, I look forward to these council meetings in the future. So that, once again, thank you, Bob. Please give Bob my my best as well. Thank you.
Will do.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Burnett. And Rob, I remember George Thatcher put a lot of effort into our mobile home rent control, and today it remains the only city that's even tried it, the only city that has a form of rent control, and it's in our mobile home community, which is in some ways the most underserved. And George went deep there and spent a lot of time on that. Deborah Mall spent a lot of time on some sticky issues, and of course Bob has served us well his whole tenure with us. But I think you being the only one on staff helping us legally since before 1975, it's just amazing. And someone mentioned, or Lane mentioned, that your love for the city, it comes through. And I don't know that love and legal representation are very often voiced, in the same sentence. So I think it is a testament to how special our relationship has been and how fortunate we've been to have your service, these decades. So thank you, Rob, to you and your whole team.
You're welcome.
Okay, so would someone like to make a motion, and then we'll go to public comments?
I'll make a motion. I move that the City Council adopt the resolution number 2022- approving an agreement with Nolan, Hammerlin, Entian, and Haas to provide municipal legal services to the City of Marina, approve a waiver of conflict of interest and consent to represent City of Marina, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement and waiver.
Second.
All right. Any brief comments before we go to the public? All right, we'll go to Denise Hurley and open public comment. Welcome back, Denise.
Hi, thank you. I want to say thank you for myself and my husband. We had a late meeting one night, and not only did Rob hold the door open for me, he escorted me to my car because it was late. That's the kind of person he is. And thank you. And then for Heidi, stand up for yourself, girl, right on. We should not have to disclose where it is that we live. And that's unfortunately the type of situation we are in right now. Good night.
Good night, Denise. And let's go to Paula Pillow. Welcome back, Paula.
Rob, I just want to express my gratitude for all the work that you've done over the years. I really do appreciate it. I do have a question tonight, and it has to do with the waiver of the conflict of interest. I'm wondering if you might take a moment or two to go over that and explain it. My concern has to do with obviously the city's involvement, and I know we have outside counsel to handle the issues with CalAm and Desal, but how would that be handled in closed session with the attorneys of this new firm who may be also representing the water district or the district? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paula, for that. And we'll get to the question answers. As soon as we're done with public comment, we'll give everyone a couple of moments to raise your hand if you haven't spoken and wish to. Okay, we'll close public comment. And Rob and Lane, can you answer Paula's question?
Yeah, I think, and Heidi can back me up or add to anything that I don't cover, but it's a good question that Paula raises, and the conflict of interest has been disclosed relative to that specific issue having to do with the proposed CalAm project, which is supported by another client of the firm. And with regard to that matter, say to the extent there's a closed session, you do have outside counsel that has long and well represented the city in that particular matter, and Heidi would just not participate in a closed session dealing with that issue.
Heidi, can you go in a little bit more detail because the issue really was potential conflict with the Castroville Water District, and we haven't really had any direct discussions or any issues with the Castroville Water District, and so I think this is a conflict of waiver strictly on the issue with Castroville and issues that would be with the Calum desal. I would think, and Rob and Heidi jump in. I think that Heidi would still be fine. I don't think there's a conflict with that, but Heidi, can you speak to that?
Because I'm a member of Nolan Hammerly and we are a larger firm, you're bound to have conflicts of interest. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong, but we have certain ethical obligations. So our firm also represents Castroville Community Services District. And because they have taken a different position with the desal and an abundance of caution, we've decided to speak with both the city of Marina and Castroville to make sure everyone is informed. It's unlikely that it will be directly adverse, but it's best if I just back away from those issues in which another client has taken an adverse position.
So would you clarify, so if we have a closed session issue to discuss anything with the Calum water, would you be recusing yourself from that discussion?
I think it depends. If we're talking about litigation in which Castroville has taken a different position than the city, then I would recuse myself. There are going to be other water issues that come up where I may not have a conflict and I could participate fully in those. So I think we are aware of this issue. We will be monitoring it and making sure that I can participate where there is no adverse position by Castroville. And Castroville also has to sign this consent and this disclosure.
The presentation was beautiful, and there's no question.
Okay, somebody has got some background noise. Could you please mute? Now, Lane, I thought that Castroville already signed off. Is that not the case?
I believe it has gone to them. Heidi can comment on that.
I think it may be going to them tonight as well. They've already reviewed it. So we circulated this letter with Lane and also with Castroville. Neither party had an issue with it. So I'm not aware that it has been approved, but I also am not aware of any adverse comments about that letter.
Okay. All right. Remind me, did we have a motion already? Kathy, did you make that motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And we've gone to public comment? Yes, we did that. Okay, so now we're ready for a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen. Councilmember Burnett.
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, thank you, everyone. And again, welcome, Heidi. Thank you, Heidi, and for staying late tonight and being our city attorney. We got everything done except for the airport issue, which we also had on the last agenda. So Lane, I guess, does it warrant to have that first next time so it doesn't get continued?
We're trying to get it in front of the council prior to a meeting that we're having with the airport tenants, which is scheduled for tomorrow night. So I'm thinking, unless the council really wants to hear that presentation, you have the PowerPoint presentation. The public's had 2 chances at it, and so we probably won't schedule this for a future meeting. I think our Julys are going to be pretty busy in August, unless there's a really desire of the council to do that, and then we can maybe schedule it later on in August.
All right, council, thoughts? Go ahead, Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing that I would like at a future update is just how the meeting went, because that was recommended by the FAA anyway, but I would like to hear the concerns of the airport leasers, pilots.
Can definitely do that. Matt will do that.
Great.
All right. I'm so sorry. Did we take a vote already? We did.
We did.
Heidi, it's not always like that.
It's late.
But I think that we are ready to adjourn, and I appreciate everybody who's still on the line, and the public and the panelists. And I want to say thank you to Guido and Brian McMinn, who's been there all night, and Tina, thank you for your input earlier when we needed it. David Cardosa and Juan Lopez, thank you. Matt Mogeson, I hope you keep getting better. Doug, thanks for being our fire chief and talking through those July 4th fireworks issues. It's been a really good night. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Right.
Right.